to survive. No another fracture. We found each other just in time to carry on this accursed climb. Will we stand together in the end? One more floor open the door to love or home or freedom or truth. Living family, or will revenge make it through? Our desires light the fires within us. There's a strength because of a friend. Together we stand as one hand in hand, fearless and ready to recall our lives with tortured souls. Will this climb return us home? Da 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 da. We recall, we recall, we recall. Da 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 da. We recall, we recall, we recall. We recall.
Well, welcome. It still says 92nd floor. Damn it! I knew there was something.
You were so close.
Welcome everybody to floor 99. Hey, that's
We
crazy.
technically haven't left yet, so
That's true. Oh my God, that's a great point,
totally
Hannah.
planned.
Yep. We're doing a little
Oh, Photoshop
flashback to
again. Quick.
start the new. Yeah. I'm just gonna get rid of that there. Welcome everybody to episode 134 of Towers and Gods. It kind of dawned on me today that that's kind of special. 134 floors. We officially have more episodes than floors that even exist in the tower. Kind of
Oh yeah, bud.
crazy to think about. Anyway, welcome everybody. We're happy to have you. We're starting our brand new story arc for the night. Unfortunately, Wu is taking care of himself today, off for the week, but will be back soon, and we wish him the best. He's doing well, and we wish him the best. There goes my mic. I want to introduce the rest of the cast that is here, though. We have, starting from the top left, Isaiah as Kun Jong Se.
Yo, what up, gang? Junior Disciple Izzy reporting for duty. If you know, you know. If you don't, I'm not going to explain it. So,
Oh no.
Could you explain
that's the
it?
intro.
Could you explain
No.
it? Okay.
No. I won't actually.
I was hoping maybe I was the exception, like you could like.
No, that was a good strat. It was a good strat. I like it. It didn't work, though.
But okay, fine. Well, okay. Well, we're happy to have you. Welcome to the stream. Going over to the right, we have Milios as Brack Bronson.
Which is a game, but a game. Hello, gamers. We're here to game. Let's game on. We're gaming with gamers as we game.
Game on. Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
Calm down there, JD and Yuki. Let me handle this. All right?
We're happy to have you, Milios, and welcome to the stream. Going down to the bottom right, we have Ruka Samuels as Ace, Lyria Rain, the recently married, recently wed Ace.
Hey, the recently wed Ace. Never would have thought about that.
Kind of
for
crazy.
that character, but
Yeah.
hey, we're here, fam. I was also a bit under the weather this week. If you can't tell, I'm a little congested, but I'm here. So pardon any volume weirdness or anything like that. We've got technical difficulties, but I'm here and we're excited. So let's go.
Absolutely. If I'm typing, it's because I'm definitely not working on the font. Last but certainly not least, we have the wonderful, I was gonna make a joke about being fiery because of the flames, but you know, we'll see today, because it's gonna be fun. We have Hannah as Eden.
Hello everybody and welcome to the stream. What could possibly go wrong today? We got technical difficulties and illnesses, and the vertebrae in my back might be held together with
I'm sorry?
scotch tape and bubble gum.
What was that? Okay.
The vertebrae in my back.
What kind of bubblegum?
That's okay. Which flavor is that?
Look, it's double bubble.
Just
I
make sure that
paid
it's
up,
quality.
okay?
Okay,
Yeah.
good. That's what
Bubblegum,
all
thank
I'm
God.
trying to say. I just want to make sure we're not skimping out on the dollar store brand gum. It's your vertebrae. That's important. You know,
Wow.
make sure
we
that shit
kinda
is
need
locked
we
up.
some scotch tape.
That's important,
Yeah.
Hannah.
Exactly.
I hope that's okay. I hope you're
So,
doing okay.
PSA for all of you young whippersnappers out there. Invest in good chairs, invest in good beds. Take care of yourself, because when your back goes, GG guys, it sucks. So,
Damn.
love your faces, invest in that stuff, and take care of yourselves.
Fair enough. That is Solid advice, and I wish your vertebrae the best.
Sage wisdom.
May the
Oh,
bubble gum hold up for years to come. And
the bubble gum be
voila, 99th floor. 99th floor. There we go. Not bad. Not bad. But yeah,
Everybody say a double bubble prayer before.
yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Absolutely.
Much double bubble.
Absolutely. But yeah, so if you don't know, Towers and Gods is our D&D series based in the Tower of God world. It's set thousands of years before the Tower of God webtoon. What was everything good? Did I say something wrong? Okay. Listen, I was in a hurry. Okay. Listen.
It is technically the 99th floor.
99, let's go,
99.
brother. The only from 99.
I gotta create a
No,
low reason.
Mustafa, that's a math
It's
moment,
too late
my guy.
now, brother. It's
Yeah,
too late now.
the English
You gotta
major.
lean. You gotta lean into it, bro. You gotta lean.
Do I
into
just
I
leave
blame
it for today?
Mustafa. I blame Mustafa. He pointed it out.
I want
That's
to do
wild.
it to Shion now. Like, you come from the 99? 99?
Yeah, she just suddenly has an
Here's
accent
what you
now.
have to do,
Never
bro.
heard
The
of the
first
99.
person that we meet on this floor has to be like, "Welcome to the 99th floor."
It's like the one floor that breaks the Navy convention. I don't know.
Little
That's why
do
they
we
had to
know
take
it's
it
one of
out,
those
you
in
know?
between floors.
True. No, I will fix it right now. I am a perfectionist. But yeah, so we're happy to have you.
I did Mustafa. I'm sorry.
This is Tower of God plus D&D, and we're happy to have you here. We have some super chats I'd like to shout out. Mustafa, thank you for the membership. Always great to see you, Mustafa. Master Gold with the 1999 super chat. Zelda fact. Let's freaking go. In a majority of the games, Link is portrayed as left-handed. The exceptions being Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, Skyward Sword, and the Wii version of Twilight Princess, which have him right-handed. Yeah, I did know this, I think partly because of the Wii remote, because like some of those games had like controls where you could like swing the sword with your Wii remote. I think that's one of the
Yeah.
reasons they made him right-handed. But I didn't know about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. That's interesting. Shout out. Left-handed King Link. Then we have Black Reaper with the $20. Thank you so much, Black Reaper. That's very, very generous. This year has been amazing so far, thanks to this series. Lesser Joe and the cast. Okay, you didn't have to throw that part. And the cast have made together a lot of goofy things that have happened over the past year, but I'm really looking forward to this September. Well, thank you, Black Reaper, for you've supported the series so much for so long, and I'm happy we could have made your Fridays fun in some way. So thank you so much. And then Matt, 87 Eagle, shout out Matt. It's good to see you. The $4.99. Hold on, I gotta shout out Matt because Matt is the number 3 chatter of the Dr. Bonehead channel according to my YouTube statistics. So shout out to Matt. As much as I enjoy the weekly Towers and Gods sessions, I'm happy you guys took a week off. All right, this better be good. Last week, I experienced a Metallica concert for the first time. That's fair enough. I'm happy that worked out. All right. We'll let it slide.
That's what the VODs are for.
Hannah, do we let it
guess.
slide?
I mean, they're on thin ice.
Wow,
But
damn.
it was live music. As long as you didn't blow your eardrums out and you didn't suffer any permanent hearing loss,
Right.
I'll let it slide because we were technically off.
That's fair. It worked out. What if they had prioritized the Metallica concert over being here live? Would that change things?
Oh, that's an instant ban.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
Isaiah has spoken.
Yeah, instant ban.
I
Instant ban. What are you doing?
am but a mere
Damn.
mob that can enact that punishment. So.
Wow.
You guys just gotta have your priorities in check, and if you do,
Oh my
we're
God.
chilling.
Okay, Isaiah. Okay, hey.
How late were you?
I'm not. Yeah.
Oh no!
Well, considering that we
out.
start at 8 p.m., I'm actually.
Here we
30
go.
minutes early.
Here we
that's
go.
Crazy. That's crazy.
So I want to make an announcement. We are arriving on the 99th floor of the tower. Let's freaking go, baby! Third time's a charm.
99.
Someone said local dialect for the 99.
The 90 nerd.
Oh my God.
They're not full
God.
Mixethian.
Yeah.
They're
They're pockets of a
real rural
different
from the
setting.
higher you go up.
But okay, well, cast. Is there anything else you'd like to share before we dive into this new story arc? Before we get into a little bit of time skip discussion.
grab your popcorn. Make sure you have yourself either some carbonated or some regular water, premium H2O, and prepare for shenanigans.
Always.
Don't you shrug, Isaiah.
You just shrugged?
But water's like,
You need it to
Your
function,
body
my
is
guy.
like primarily water.
exactly. So why would I need to drink more?
That nah,
You know what I'm
nah.
saying?
We're not doing this.
Shit.
We're not doing this. We're not doing this right now.
I already gave the PSA about taking care of your back. Am I going to have to do a whole health study on
Oh
why
my
you need to drink
God.
water? Looks at Ruka as my prime subject.
Why am I catching strays?
Anyway,
My dog-
No, you're a
You didn't see
success
that? I was
story.
here.
You're a success story because I worked on you
wow.
for a couple years. You know?
Fair. I'm the star student.
I guess this is.
That's what I'm saying.
This is a good time to mention this series is 18 plus. So if water discussion may become mature rated, just
Drinking
keep that
water
in mind.
is so mature.
I know that somehow reminded me that this is
I mean,
an
it's a
18 and up
traumatic
campaign.
event. It's a traumatic
So,
event.
Does that mean we're
all right,
thirsty?
all right. Anyway, we're diving into a little bit of time skip discussion. So we left off last episode, leaving the 92nd floor, but specifically ending our journey, our story at Avalon. The flying ship started soaring into the sky. Ace and Hugo got married, which is kind of wild. So shout out to Ace and Hugo and Poker, the whole family. Yeah, it was a good time. Eventually, Team Recall, after bidding farewell to first Jiyoon and Ezra taking off, Shion eventually leaving as well to rejoin Team Blessing. Eventually, Nicholas and Valentine, of course, and everybody there, Luke, all saying their farewells. Team Recall would have continued their adventure up the tower. So floors 93 through 98 would have been some of the, so funnily enough, as far as like things that are happening to the team, these are some of the most kind of normal floors for you guys. Like nothing that crazy would have happened. The most I would say that you would have encountered, aside from the regular kind of dangerous, life-threatening tests, which is no problem, you know, a lot of like Aesir kind of like showing up with texts and being like, hey, don't forget, floor 99. Hey, don't forget, we hope to see you there. Hey, like you guys are on floor 98 and they're like, hey, we have it mapped out. We'll see you in a week. Like it's very much like this is not a
Okay,
request.
Now that
like,
we got some rep, they want to blow up our line. Okay, now they want to pretend like we exist.
They're just
Yeah.
like Navi. They're like,
Okay.
hey, listen, go to
It's,
floor 99.
it's a lot of yeah.
You know what? I'm leaving them all on red, brother. I'm leaving them all on red, bro.
Okay.
They
To
kept
be
us in the dark for how
expected.
many years, bro? Nah. I'll see y'all when I see y'all. If I
I think at first it would have been a lot of like, you know, Percy would have ended up being like, you know, when you're a kid and like your siblings use you because they like
Percy's not a
you're
kid.
like younger, and I know they're using an analogy. Thank you to be like he's the one, the nice one. You know, they're at first they're like you better be there, like flux text, you better be there, and then it's Percy being like, hey, so we'd really appreciate it if you guys do come. Like you don't have
they tried to good
but...
cop, bad cop.
yeah, it's
Nah,
whatever
nah,
works, right?
Nah,
Whatever works.
nah.
But yeah, so that's the majority. I would say it took about 5 years to reach floor 99. I want to give the cast the opportunity to share if there has been anything that your character has been doing over the past 5 years. Obviously, the Shinsu pressure is rising and the tests are still difficult. But yeah, I'm going to pass the floor over to the four of you to share any little tidbits about your characters during this time.
All right, so
Go ahead,
it's
Isaac.
not about my character, but did we say
Okay.
that all Aesir texts were filtered through Crace Velger, and he only responded to them back in memes? Like, you know, he doesn't actually answer them.
Like Hracevelger, you mean?
Yeah.
I think that's fair. I think Hracevelger's a meme lord for sure. He's a bit of a memer, you know, on the box. He has his fair share of meme
I love
folders.
it. Talk to the frog, bro. Talk to
Yeah.
the frog.
That's good. That's good.
Well,
Anyone
I'll
else?
give something for the crew to bounce off of. So as we've been seeing, over the past couple floors and stuff, Eden's kind of been struggling. She cannot tap into her Shinsu at all. She's back to using manual weapons. She's lagging behind in the tests. She's been relying on the team a lot more to get her through said tests. She does look a little different. I don't have the art yet, but that's okay.
Imagination.
But she's currently wearing a very cool new kind of like jumpsuit
Ooh.
ish outfit made by the mechanics because you know, she like burned all of her clothes off in Paradigm City, so she is something a little, you know, fire resistant, so we can be tasteful
Edna.
as
Ace
Yes.
became her Edna. It was
Yes.
like, no capes.
no
Ace
case.
can withstand up to 1,000 degrees.
Fair, fair.
No cotton.
So she'll be debuting that soon-ish, and her hair will look a little different. She'll look a little different, but yeah. So she's down to 2 spears. She's got one from the 2nd floor still, and she's got one from Zhang's grandpa. She can't use her Shinsu bow because Shinsu's not there, so she's been using the manual bow with the what was the wording? The very nice bowstring, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
That she found in Zhang's grandfather's attic when she bought all of his weapons. Little callback to the 21st floor. So she's kind of just been cooking, cleaning, taking care of folks, and she's kind of been dead weight otherwise. She gets around too
Damn.
much Shinsu. She starts, you know, her ichor blood kind of kicks in, and it's not good. So,
Okay.
she's there, and she's surviving, but
Okay.
she's surviving is a very generous word.
Well, I'm glad that she's there, and you know, we'll see what's going on there. I mean, I'm assuming she would have maybe tried, and there's just absolutely nothing coming from the flames or her like regular Shinsu too.
Nothing. So she basically is mentally struggling with the
Yeah.
fact that she feels like she did back when she was younger.
Right.
She can't tap into anything.
Okay. Got it.
So good luck, kids.
All right. Well, we wish Eden the best. Who else would like to jump in with any details?
Oh, go ahead.
Actually, I have a joint one for us. How are we looking on those potions?
Oh, yeah. So
Oh shoot.
I guess we can say that over this little time skip, that Ace and John have been furthering their potion endeavors and have successfully crafted a couple of useful potions that for the party to use.
Oh shoot. Okay. What kind of potions
know?
are we talking about? Like, how did this come together? Is this like a mechanics thing, or is that a secret?
Based off of one of the earlier scenes where they were experimenting on the life's breath in the bottle.
Gotcha. Yes.
That chaotic mini
and just
scene.
kind of
Just
took
kinda
that
grew
and
from
ran
there.
with it, you know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay. Very cool. Very cool. Well, look at this duo. Feel free to chime in with more. I guess I'll start with Ace. Is there anything else with Ace that like is of note? I mean, obviously, her and Hugo are married now. I mean, I imagine like not much has changed in terms of their dynamic aside from getting closer and whatnot.
Yeah, 5 years married. They haven't killed each other.
That's good.
Getting stronger, you know. They
Yeah,
stand the test of time. That's looking
sure.
good. The mechanics have a lot of projects right now, so Ace has been pretty busy.
Okay.
Between that and keeping in contact with Avalon and the inner
Right.
circle, she seems very much just kind of like always on the go.
Yeah.
And was designing new things for Eden, experimenting with material there.
Yeah.
Some stuff for Jong, for the team. She's very focused. And so I think
Yeah.
that's probably the only
Is
notable thing.
so she's still maintaining continuous contact, you said, with the inner circle and with the people from Avalon? Like, it's still she's still an active part of that?
Oh, yeah.
I know Ace received a bunch of wedding gifts at the end there, which is pretty cool. So has there been any experimentation with that at all during the climb?
Yeah, so she's experimented a little bit with Father's cards that he gave her, which we will, if we ever get into combat coming up, you will see perhaps her using those. She does keep the armor on, the chest plate, the emerald armor that she was gifted. She does keep that on. You can just envision it as that red piece that she already has on, just change it silver, whatever. It's
Okay.
just the chest plate.
I imagine
Um,
Ace already painted it. Let's be
Oh
honest.
yeah, she's already Ace kind
Emerald
of like
armor?
has-
Nah.
I will say that yeah, that's accurate. Like she's been experimenting with her tech suit, so she's got pieces of it like on, but it's not
Sure.
like full Iron Man yet. It's still like interconnecting. It's
okay.
still there's still pieces like she's not fully donned on yet. Like the jetpack might not be always on, or like she's like playing with all
Right.
that stuff. So yeah, she's been doing a lot of again, always busy on the mechanic stuff. And then I think gift wise, she had the snake eyes from
Yes.
Ezra, which she's not used
Mhm.
yet. That's a team advantage. And then I guess Hugo eventually told her about the seaside cottage. that
Right.
Brax gifted
How,
them.
what would Ace's reaction have been to Brack's little home that he gifted?
I think she would have been like really stunned and appreciative and probably like left him alone for like a whole week.
Whoa!
Like just didn't like
Oh,
sass Brack
shoot.
for like a whole week. Just didn't
Only
like
a
talk
week,
to him
though?
as a gift. Yeah, I
Hey,
Just
And
like-
I
Yeah.
gave you a home.
do you know how?
She's like, I'll not annoy him. She might have like agreed with him a little more if she did pipe up. Like, yeah, no, you know, guys, Brack might have a point.
Okay.
Only lasted for a little bit, but she was very thankful. So
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Chats, did Hugo tell her about the bachelor party? I don't
Did
think
he?
so. I think that would
Oh,
have
no.
been
What
what
happens
stays
at the
exactly.
beach
Yes, it
stays
stays at the
at
beach.
the
Like
beach.
maybe if it's hinted at, like if Brack like teases him, or if someone, I think he would be very much like, we don't talk, like nothing. That's nothing.
yeah, it's
We
probably
don't talk about
regress.
that. But
Hugo.
would
right.
Poker have ratted though? Because Poker was
No, because he was abandoned on the
beach.
beach.
He was abandoned by Silver.
Oh yeah, he's got his own
guy.
trauma.
I'm
I
saying,
guess.
did he tell Ace about being abandoned?
Oh shoot.
He
Oh.
was abandoned by his chaperones.
I no,
He
I
was
think,
a hobo for a night.
Damn.
I
This
think
poor
Ace
raccoon.
just kind of let it all go because he was like clinging to Victor, and that in and of itself was like
Right.
it's Poker clinging to Victor.
Right.
So I think she just kind of like
Oof.
I'm just gonna let whatever happen. Just that's their thing now.
Right.
Um,
right.
So yeah, she's
That's
very
fair.
much what happened there stays there,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm glad they bonded because we're all Victor's a temp member of the Rain family, so you know got to get along.
Very proud of that. He's very, very proud of that. Speaking of Hugo, I will mention that Hugo, the main thing with him, aside from all that's been mentioned, he's been very active in terms of learning about his new abilities that are being granted to him from the diamond, and his hammer skills are starting to change a bit. So, without getting too detailed and too specific, he's learning how to manipulate his hammer, essentially, through his newly found Shinsu, without losing the fundamentals that he enjoys and the fundamentals that have gotten him this far, including lighting up the hammer with dynamite and using that as like powerful kickback explosions. All of that has remained the same. He's playing with the idea of essentially gaining even more control over his weapon through the diamond, while also even enhancing it with Shinsu properties, like giving it even more of like a Shinsu control skill, like instead of the body control over your arm, like transferring that also into the hammer to make it even more powerful. So I would say additionally, he is getting better just at pure Shinsu control, coding Shinsu up his body, that kind of thing, which he had started developing around floor 66, more kind of accidentally through his emotions, but now he's actually able to control it at will through the diamond. So he's happy about that. Jong, we brought you up earlier. I'll kick it over to you. Is there anything else going on with Jong during this time?
There absolutely is, brother.
Okay.
So I will say how long has it been? 4
Like
years?
5 years.
5 years. In the 5 years that have gone by, there would have only been one other incident similar to what happened at the end of the Avalon stuff, where it would have seemed like Jong, for lack of a better term, was out of it and like was not being himself. I will say, like, at least as far as everybody would have noticed, I would say Shion specifically, because a lot of the times when these abnormalities would have come up, is mostly when he was either sleeping or attempting to sleep. So
Okay.
even if like nothing happened, it would have just been moments where like the temperature in the room drastically drops, or she might like think or feel like a faint like touch or like a
Right.
whisper of something that's like obviously not him. Now, in an attempt to relieve this, Jong, way back actually from the start of the series, had developed a sort of meditative technique that like sort of pseudo replaces having to actively sleep every night or all the time.
Cool.
But even this would have not been very helpful. Like even in this state, there would have been times where like he seemed like he'd slip away. And again, like these slips, like which were much more frequent, they happen for at most a few seconds, right? Like that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
It's really only something like Shion, somebody who was like spending a lot of time with him specifically, would have ever noticed, if at all. But these abnormalities do continue to plague him.
Okay, interesting. So even though it's rarer, it's still enough that Shion kind of gets the impression that we're not over with it yet. It's still clearly a thing, but
Yeah.
the general understanding of it is still very minimal, and it doesn't sound like it's like impacting their performance during their climb and such. So
yeah, I don't know, just for drama's sake, I would say like that one time maybe it was during a test, when they were in the middle of something is because similar to what happened at Avalon.
Yeah.
The commonality, the link is that it seems to respond to his Shinsu. When his Shinsu gets particularly like agitated or amplified is when like he seems to be particularly vulnerable to this kind of influence.
Interesting. Okay. Very, very cool. Regarding Shion, I'm just gonna say that she's been very, as you get closer to floor 99, her it's been an interesting mix of emotions for her, because she's very obviously changed a bit. Like, she's more confident and determined. Like, in the tests, you've all noticed that Shion has taken command more often. If the situation calls for it, she'll start, giving out orders sometimes if need be, never like out of place, in a sense, but just more so than she used to, in a sense of kind of this, again, determination, especially getting closer to the entire reason that she's even been climbing in the first place. I think that's also come with a mix of anxiousness that slips through, and you all see that sometimes too, where if she's like, she can't sit still, if she sits at the campfire for 2 minutes, she gets up and starts training. She has to be doing something. The closer and closer we get to
got
floor
her on
99.
that. Let's go, girl. Come here.
Hell
You and me
yeah.
both.
Yeah.
Zoomies, let's go.
And I'll say that as we actually get to floor 99, you all know that the anxiety is still there, but it's also a bit of excitement. Like she's her heart's pounding, like she's here. She's finally just about made it. So that's Shion. I'll pass it over to Barack Bronson. Is there anything we got to know about Barack during this time?
He trains, gains new ability that you will see shortly. Well, not shortly, probably next arc. That's what I'll say.
Oh shoot!
I'm gonna set it up though, but next arc.
Okay.
And help the kids. That's pretty much it.
Excellent.
Eden would have been helping in the background with that as well.
With the kids?
Mm-hmm.
How, can I ask how so?
Somebody has to look out for poor Nox.
I see. Okay.
He's put through so much.
I see.
Now Winston, on the other hand, he gets the red carpet rolled out for him, but Nox on the other
Winston's a VIP.
I mean, Winston's pretty elite.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
I mean, Eden would have been like, calling and checking in on the different orphanages on the different floors and seeing if anything needed to be transferred or if they needed supplies.
Gotcha.
Or just again, she's kind of doing the menial tasks, so
right.
She'll do the bookkeeping and everything. So
okay, sounds good.
She would work with Brack on that and been like, "Here's the invoice.
Mm-hmm.
Pay it.
Pay the invoices."
I don't, he can speak for whatever else he's been, but just for Wu, I want to say, one thing specifically is that in preparation for a very specific test that our beloved Wu would like to take, Jong and Wu have been spending a lot of time in the gourd training.
Ooh,
doing a very specific type of training
hyperbolic time
that
chamber.
has somewhat Somewhat.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
the idea. But
Okay.
yeah, that is also a thing that they have been doing.
Sick. Okay, sounds good. I was gonna ask. The only thing I was gonna say about Wu had to do with Leaf, in that, things have been kind of awkward between them throughout the years. I mean, I'm gonna say they've never, unless Wu Sun contradicts this when he appears, they've never been like openly like arguing. But it's just there's been a tension there that's been present. And they still haven't really gotten over this kind of tension between them, even though I would say on Leaf's side it's less so. Like, you all would have seen her kind of looking at Wu more often, like clearly wanting things to change at some point, but also still unsure of how to do so over 5 years. And as far as aside from that, Leaf has been, I would say, one of the primary, alongside Wu in a different way, she's been in contact with both Team Blessing and Team Stexa a lot. And she kind of naturally, not like she has to, but just in a lot of communication with them. I want to say that there would have been a couple of times in the climb in the 5 years, some of the more interesting things would have been, you all would have been ambushed a couple of times by more ninjas. Like, there would have been a couple moments, a couple of like fights that, let's just say, individuals that are connected to Timian would have tried to attack you throughout the next few years. So
that's fine, bro. We got to build a rep up anyway.
Ace goes
work.
feral.
Yeah.
If Ace sees any of them, feral fight.
Yeah. Dead on sight, bro. Dead on sight.
Some of the times it was out of nowhere, right? Like, it would have been in the dead of night. But at other times, Stex is...
That's fine. I'm not sleeping anyway, bro.
Okay. Yeah, you're good to go on that one.
I forgot.
Okay.
I also forgot.
But
Ace got new lighthouses. I forgot about that. too.
Yes!
She's using those.
Good call. These are some not nice freaking blueberry
Yeah, they are.
lighthouses. Okay. Well, I feel like that
ninjas.
would have helped too. I mean, these things are, such high quality. And I would say too, though, that Leaf would have sometimes, you all would have received some warnings, because Team Stexa interrogated Timian's ninjas and obtained a lot of information that they, and Team Stexa would have infiltrated some of that. So, you hear about these people that are out there. Even now, there are still people out there that were in good relations with Timian, let's say. And so you don't know if you're out of the clear, if you're completely in the clear regarding random assassins that are going to come at you. It's fine. It's not a big deal.
They better stay hidden, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. They better stay hidden.
Give
Fair
me a
enough.
reason.
We ain't taking no prisoners anymore, bro.
And I think that just leaves our good old boy Victor. So I want to just a couple things with Victor. In some ways, he's the same as he always is. He's still the primary chef for the team. He still likes to cook, and he still keeps the mood light whenever it needs to be lightened. He's still the jokester that he always has been. But I would also say that in the past few years, since Paradigm City and since Avalon, he hasn't been as pushy. The smiles that he shares come across a little bit more genuine than they used to at times. His antics, if they do happen, feel less forced, less in your face. It's a little more, again, genuine, I would say. That's the best way I can put it. He's cooled off a bit on the forced antics and the forced happiness. It seems that it doesn't happen as often. So when it does happen, it's like, oh, Victor's doing his thing, but it's not quite the same as it always has been, in a positive way, from what you all can gather. So, okay, that's Team Recall. Any other thoughts before we jump into Floor 99 officially? Going once? Going twice?
Wu doing
Oh.
his thing away from the time, or is he still with us?
I'm gonna say he's probably, he's MIA! I don't know
Okay.
why.
So, from my understanding,
Yeah.
this is just from what I've talked to him about. He may correct me
Okay.
later,
Mhm.
but he is currently in the gourd.
That was gonna be my guess.
Like,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
when we pick up, yeah.
Yeah.
So, like
okay.
that training I mentioned, it's more like Jong going into the gourd to train with him, but like Jong is the only
wow,
one going in and
okay.
coming out. Like Wu has not left since we started.
Probably
climbing
because
or
they're
past the last floor.
I was gonna say they're like one floor away from.
Yeah.
this
So like
test.
as we got closer to the floor, he's been
Right.
spending more and more time in the gourd.
Perfect. Cool. Alrighty. Well, with that said, let's see how we're doing. So I'm going to say that you have all spent a couple of weeks traversing floor 99, maybe a little bit more than would be, maybe not more, but clearly you've taken some twists and turns here and there in this very mountainous region because you have a few destinations in mind. Now, obviously, not everyone is thrilled about this Aesir thing that they want to involve everybody in, but at some point there would have been a consensus that, you know, you would still run into them at some point. Shion's village that she wants to swing by before arriving at the town that she left her brother Shiro at years ago. It's somewhat close by to the location that Aesir mentioned. So the general consensus from what I would gather, and feel free to individually correct me on this, is that the team will still kind of swing by the Aesir location close enough to some degree to, you know, not completely ignore their request, but still not 100% committing to it either. Again, you're free to individually explore that. Quick little check here. Yeah, okay. But yeah, so you're on your way to first Shion's village. Now, of course, from watching the Shion flashbacks on the mirror train, and those of you who weren't there, hearing about it, you would have learned that Shion's village is no longer exists, right? Or at least it doesn't exist in the same way that it once did. It was destroyed by Jahad's army after an apparent rebellion was happening within the village, Shion and her brother being some of the only survivors. And she left her brother at a nearby town at the foot of the mountain. However, because it's so close by, Shion still would like to swing by her old village to see if they find anything there. She never knew what ended up happening to her village, how much of it ended up survive. Did anyone else even survive? There was this kind of, you know, gas, this toxin that was released into the town after the fires, and what exactly does it look like now? There's a bit of nostalgia, but also a bit of intrigue from her end. So that is where you are heading, and according to her calculations, now that she's there and she sees the area, it's kind of coming back to her, you'll be arriving within the day. I'm going to say that it's maybe afternoon at this point. And yeah, so I'll say this much. Her demeanor has certainly changed. But she also went shopping alongside June on Avalon. So Shion's looking a little bit different nowadays.
Oh, wow.
She's looking a little bit different.
Vibes.
I don't know what
We
you
won,
mean.
gamers. It's been 84 fucking years, but we won, gamers.
It's been a little
Boyfriend
bit.
thing off.
It's been a little bit since she's had an update. It's been a little bit. But yeah. So I'll also say she's continued her work with the mechanics as well, and her gauntlets continue to be improved as
Hope
time
so.
goes
Shion.
on. Yeah, of course. How could she not? How could she not? How could she not?
My girl.
Let's check. Literally 84 in-game years. That's not true. Let's not spread. It's not been 84
close.
in-game years.
It's
that is.
close.
Let's not go that
It's
far.
very close.
It is scarily close. It is not that
It might be
far
like
off,
60. I don't know.
I mean, getting close to 80, bro.
Anyway, so again, she has this look of determination on her face. I'm going to say you're all traversing a little kind of narrow mountain path with Shion. I'll pass it on over to you guys. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Isaiah won't pay attention unless the art's on the screen. It's like, yeah, over here, buddy. Over here.
real,
Jingle
bro.
his keys. Jingle his keys.
My bad,
Blah,
my
blah,
bad.
blah. Backstory stuff.
I'm just saying, get your money's worth a little bit, bro. I mean, like for me also, but like get your money's worth. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, she's gonna appear a lot. Okay, I hate to break it to you.
All right. I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it.
Oh my gosh.
You'll see her lots. But yeah, anybody, anything that happens during this time, I'll pass it over to you.
So wait, we're setting up camp?
You're like an hour away from the village.
Oh, okay. So we're traveling. We're like heading to the village.
I'm gonna say you're on like a narrow mountain path in the afternoon.
All right, bro. It's time to bust out the rolls nice and early.
Damn. Okay. What's going on?
boy.
What are we
Oh,
doing?
Let me
Mm-hmm.
let me do. All right. Well, so I wanna get like a lay of the land a little bit. You know, I want to know because this place was nuked by Jahad's army, and then like they just
Yeah.
left it. I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Okay.
Plus, like I know we got Aesir in the wings somewhere. Like I wanna know what's like the vibe of the environment. you
Sure.
know?
Yeah. Perception would be a great one here, I think,
Perception.
to
you
get
got it.
some vibes of the area, some general vibes.
And on
Vibe
top of that,
check.
Yeah.
as they enter the area, if it affects Ace in any way. He said nuke, and I was like, oh.
Interesting. Yeah, I would say as you get closer, funnily enough, Ace. Actually, let's just have you roll religion. Let's have you roll religion for me.
Oh, it's kind of ass, bro.
Oh,
It's
I'm
kind of
not
cheeks.
good at that.
Ooh, the 11 for Jong.
That's kind of cheeks, bro.
Listen, I'll say this much, like, this is a pretty nice area. And I'm going to say, the closer you get to Shion, where Shion's village used to be, nice roll,
Okay,
Ace.
girl.
The closer you get, Jong, like, the more green it starts to get. There's, like, more trees, even up here in the mountains. Like, a lot of the terrain so far for all of you has been a mixture of, like, very green Enduro surrounding forests mixed with, like, rocky kind of Artlam mountainous kind of desert. Like, it depends. So it's like been more rocky than it has been green, but now as we get closer, it's starting to transition a little bit more. It's becoming a little bit more forested. Grass is becoming more common, and it's looking more green, than like patches of brown grass. That's what I'll give you, Jong. And then for Ace, you are interested in this. I'm assuming you're also just kind of aware of it generally, and you don't notice anything. And I would say that even that alone, like, yeah, if there was like a poisonous toxin, like maybe it dissipated by now, but there's certainly an element of like, not even a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think, Leaf would walk up beside, and you see Leaf walking next to Shion, and very much like, putting her arm in her arm and being very like, let's just, today's the day, like we're finally there, and very much trying to maintain the positive energy that Shion is also expressing even amidst the anxiety, and Shion appreciates that for sure. I think Hracevelger would be having lots of fun in all the trees and the mountains as well. Yeah, Ace?
Ace will just go on to the other side of Shion and ask,
Mm-hmm.
do you want me to send anything ahead? Or do we want to be surprised?
It honestly should be fine. You can if you want to, but we're not going to find much there anyway. She kind of thinks about it for a sec. I think part of her is maybe almost afraid of what you'll find, so it kind of gives her a hesitancy, but she kind of shakes her head. You're right, it's a good idea. You never know if maybe Jahad's army is even still stationed there. Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, sure. Ace will just send one of her lighthouses ahead. Or sorry, Queen, not lighthouse.
The Observer. Okay. Absolutely.
She's so many roles.
Yeah,
She's
could
like,
you give me like a, I know we call it like wisdom with and you can add your proficiency bonus. So feel free to do like if it's easier to do like whatever you have advantage on with your wisdom.
Wisdom, and then that's with no modifiers.
Oh, so adding like 4, right? Or 5
Okay,
even.
well then, there you go.
Yeah, so okay, 21 we'll call it. Yeah, so you send your observer ahead, and yeah, you are all getting quite close to where Shion's village used to be. And Ace, you're starting to kind of capture some footage very clearly. Nothing is disturbing your observer. And the description that I would give you is you are capturing what is the quaintest, most simple little village that you've ever seen. It is full of beauty, grass, houses, trees, people talking and laughing. It looks quite nice, and there's no Jahad soldiers in sight, as Shion may have been worried about.
Looks like a nice little place.
Really? She like
There's
immediately is
people
like,
around?
wait, really?
She like shows her the footage. Like it looks like there's people and life and no army.
You can tell that she's definitely surprised. Wow. Okay. I mean that's great. Can't wait to get
Nothing
there.
to worry about.
Okay. I think that would both set her at ease, but also you can tell that she is thinking about something, which she holds off on until you all actually arrive. Again, you are all getting closer and closer, so one last chance before we arrive. So, as I described, this location it's like Shion's visions would have shown. It's in the mountains, but it's very green. It's a very green area, almost even more so than you remember from Shion's youth. Lots of grass. There's like a little, it's such a small little village that Shion has mentioned in the past that it didn't even have a name. It really just was like a few houses, people that knew each other extremely well for years and years. Very peaceful, very serene, and very simple. There's like sheep and cows kind of grazing around. You see trees again. There's like a little freshwater well in the middle of the village that some very simply dressed, very, very plain looking townspeople kind of gathered around, gossiping and just having a good time. Children running around, clothes hanging on clotheslines, extremely simple. One of the most simple places you all have ever been to in your entire climb. It's beautiful though. It's very beautiful.
Are we getting Endero simple or like tower simple?
No. Oh, okay. You mean like in terms of what the townspeople... Yeah. So the townspeople... It's hard to tell exactly. I would say the vibe is that they're not like unaware of regulars and rankers in the tower. They're very much country folk, but it's different than Endero in that sense.
99.
99.
God damn it. Yeah. So I would say Shion kind of walks forward, and her initial reaction is she smiles, she grins. It looks better than ever. She kind of turns her head. I wonder, and she looks at you, Jong, and like grabs your hand. I want to go to where my house was.
Let's go.
And she kind of
That far?
leads the team over. It really is like around the corner, hidden behind a little area behind another building, and she stops. And when you all round the corner, you see that the home that you all saw, it's there. It's there like it always has been. Like Shion said, maybe even better than ever. The smithy that her father used to work, the barn where she spent a lot of time with the animals and her brother, the trees in their surrounding area that she trained with when Jin Sung spent time there for a bit. It's all there. And you can see that her reaction is mixed. At first, happy, but she kind of like walks forward and stops as someone walks out of the front door, clearly in the middle of their daily chores. A woman who walks over and starts to feed the animals, and you hear the tinkering of a hammer where the smithy is, and she just turns to the rest of the group. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't expect this.
Jong is going to approach the woman that came out of the house.
Hello
and
there.
introduce himself.
Ah, you're
Hi.
a regular. We hardly see your kind around these parts.
I take it that means you guys probably don't see a lot of test takers.
Oh,
Climbing?
no. There's no reason for test takers to make their way over here. Not usually. Unless they're sightseers, of course. We get some weirdos sometimes.
This is a nice house you have. How long have you been here?
Oh, thank you. Honestly, as far as I can remember, actually, I think it was my grandmother that first got this property years and years ago. So, been in the family for a long time.
You guys seem like you're taking great care of it.
Thank you. Is there something you need? We got eggs. We got milk.
Oh, nothing like that.
Victor kind of, he shuts up.
John just was like, sit your ass down.
Thanks.
You said that you guys don't see a lot of test takers. What about soldiers, military presence, militia?
You can tell she's kind of taken aback. Soldiers? Huh. No. Aside from some of the kids that wander into Three Swords, and she kind of points at a little town at the foot of the mountain. Why would there need to be soldiers in these parts?
You never know. That's good though. One less thing for you guys to worry about.
Ma'am.
Kind of,
Shion kind of walks forward real quick. Would it be okay if we took a look in? How do I say? If it's all right, I think you can tell she's struggling to come up with a reason, but she wants to look inside the house, and she can't. She's kind of struggling to think of a reason.
Shion, allow me. Sorry, I wasn't upfront about this, ma'am. But we're actually looking to build our own place to stay.
You're kidding. You want to move
No.
here to Green Hollow?
Well, it's certainly an option. I mean, you said it yourself. You guys have no regulars, no soldiers. Seems like a nice little slice of heaven, you know?
It really. Shion says, "I'm sorry, Green Hollow." That's right. That's our little village. Right.
Anyway, I hope this isn't too much trouble to ask, but would you mind just giving us a very quick tour of your place?
Could you give me persuasion? But you can tell unless you get like a 1, like like the lady seems eager. Unless you like creep her out here with this ask, then you're good to go.
What'd you say?
Persuasion.
Persuasion.
Let's see if the Coon
Don't let me
charisma
down, don't let me down.
slides on through. 12. Yeah, like that's all I needed to see.
Okay.
She definitely buys into it. And you can tell she's very proud of her village too. So you're talking about wanting to live here and how beautiful it looks. It definitely makes her smile. Of course. Come on in. Let me just let everybody know. And she opens the front door and kind of calls inside some kid names that I won't come up with for obvious reasons. And she kind of warning them a little bit. We got company.
Chuck luck.
That's free.
Better than I would have come up with. Thank you, Ilios. Buck, Chuck, and Luck. But yeah, so all of Team Recall is welcomed inside, and Shion, she stops and she looks around, and there's a few things to be aware of. You can just kind of tell from your memories and also from her expression. As she looks around, it's clear that the actual structure is identical. I mean, the rooms, the quality, the wood that was used to build this place, the upper floor, the back door that leads to where the smithy is located. Obviously, the main difference would be that there are differences in the things on the walls in terms of photos or things that are important to this family. So you can tell again, it's kind of confirming some things for Shion as she looks around and kind of jots down in her mind what's going on. Okay. It's beautiful. Oh, thank you so much, she says, and you can tell again, very proud of her home. Shion walks back to the rest of the group and kind of whispers to the rest of you, I'm not sure what to think. What else can we really do? Maybe I'm just overthinking things, but it seems odd.
Can Ace, so as they were all like going
Whoops.
inside.
That's the
Very
Q&A screen.
incorrect screen.
That is the Q&A screen. Sorry.
Not doing that tonight.
So I'm gonna say Ace didn't follow them all inside
Oh, okay.
when they went inside.
Yeah.
She wants to scan for augmented reality.
Paradigm
She
City
wants to make
hologram
sure-
tech.
She wants to make sure that the stuff around them is real, without like
Understood.
alluding to Shion that this might not be real. So that's why she waits for Shion to like
Okay.
go inside,
Yeah.
stuff like that. She just want to get a vibe check because of all the stuff that they've been dealing with.
Yeah,
Yeah, she's supposed to make
it's
sure.
understandable. All right, go ahead and do a lighthouse check for me. So charisma with advantage. Charisma save with advantage.
And I think the new lighthouses give you a +4
Oh, that's right.
on top of your +2. So you
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
+6
yeah.
on
Oh
that.
my God! So 29
plus two.
at least.
29.
Yeah, very good. So yeah, these two fairy lighthouses are sick, and you've spent the past 5 years obviously getting used to them.
My new babies.
So I'll confirm a couple things here. This is not augmented reality. This is a very real village with very real people. It's not. It's you have experience with the contrary, and this is definitely not that or similar to that. But with this kind of scan, I would also say that you notice that things are, again, this village, from what you've heard it from Shion, was old even for her, like almost 100 years ago, like decades and decades ago. And yet there is an element that you can't help but notice that some of these places seem fairly new. Some of these buildings seem new, almost maybe too new for what some of the people have been saying since you've gotten here. So there's a little bit of a mismatch. That's the most I
And
can think
Shion's
of.
Is Shion's house like pretty new?
Can I ask, like, are you intentionally scanning the house from outside?
She's focusing, on Shion's stuff
Okay.
in particular. If she can get wider than that, that's great. But she's
Yeah.
mainly focusing on what they know.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna say we got the two Perry lighthouses. I mean, yeah, this is a pristine search, and like, yeah, and so yeah, this building is newly constructed, and based on what you're hearing inside, even of the owner of the home being like, oh, my grandma from years and years, the timelines aren't right. Definitely not right.
She can quickly be like, Hugo, darling, like from the outside, a moment.
Coming, dear.
Sorry, yeah, I know, it's weird. Check out this carpentry for me real quick, will you?
He walks up to the
He's the one-
building.
Yeah, but this is his expertise.
He starts feeling the wood. He starts saying some things like Elm, 45 years, He starts like, he's able to he's able to
He's
get
the
very
wood
down to the
whisperer,
detail. Yeah, personality
He's so
quiet
talented.
but firm. He
Oh my God, mahogany damage.
yeah.
16 years.
I love it when he gets into his special interests. Okay.
Yeah. He's able to
I'm so glad I'm muted.
Oh no. Oh
You're doing
no.
so good.
Anyway, he confirms the building was constructed around maybe 50 years ago.
So like new.
Yes.
Dang. Okay. That's good to know. Thank you, darling. You can go back inside now.
No problem, dear.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, this place is just incredible, and if you all would like to, we don't really have a place to stay here, but we have. I think there's a bed. My neighbor has some beds. If you'd like to talk about that, and if you'd like to stay for dinner, we'd be more than happy to.
Oh, we don't want to intrude anymore. Thank you. But actually, if you could just point us in the direction of, I don't know if you guys have like a tavern, someplace where people get together.
Tavern. That's silly. We meet at we meet at Elijah's
We meet at
sometimes.
Y'all heard of TGI Fridays?
There's an IHOP out back here in Greenville.
And down the road, there's a B-dub.
Open 24/7.
If we really want to fight, we go to the Waffle House.
It's still standing. It's the oldest building there.
Yes, that one's been untouched
That's
all
the
my
only
time.
one- yeah.
Jahad never took it.
The fire didn't touch that place.
The actual
It
ghost
never
will come out and kill
closed
us.
either.
I want to add one more detail, Ace, because you did do a thorough scan of this place. This building, from what you describe, it has the mini like loft essentially, and the lower floor, or the ground floor. But you also can start picking up on an underground level that you don't remember Shion talking about. So, a little extra tidbit there.
She's gonna start looking for the entrance.
Okay.
I see someone's been playing some Final Fantasy
What are you
Rebirth, bro.
what are you talking about? That's crazy.
Ah,
I don't know
that's
what you're
I'm
talking
saying.
about.
Okay,
Um,
okay,
that
okay.
is
She gets
a
excited.
crazy
It's like
thing.
secret tunnel, secret tunnel. Starts looking for it very casually.
But yeah, so I would say that like you can start looking, but obviously like there's kids running around and you know the tinkering out bat,
She'll
you know.
send Poker to go look for it.
Ah, okay. Poker's gonna start scouting around. I would say there's a moment where the kids would like get excited if they ever see Poker. Oh my gosh, a raccoon, you know, and they'd kind of run over and get excited about that.
Just like kidnap him and run away. Oh shit!
He's a big raccoon. He like stands up. He's got a little vest on.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
Oh, man.
you can't tell if he's a beast skin or not. You know, at this point.
Damn, he's that big? Shoot. He's a full-fledged regular.
He's Rocket Raccoon.
Yeah,
You're gonna start
literally.
pulling your weight with these tests pretty soon, bro.
Start charging him
For
rent.
real.
Could Eden potentially, like, when Shion does the huddle, like,
Yeah.
Eden stay back for a second and just talk to the homeowner?
Oh, for sure.
A quick question.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about your grandparents passing this down to y'all. What were their names?
Linda and Larry.
How dare you do this to
Oh
Joe?
my
Hannah.
God. And were you
Heard of the
close with your
VeggieTales?
grandparents?
You know, hard to say. When I was younger, I certainly remember at times, but, you know, they passed away when I was young.
Yeah, so, do you remember anybody by the name of Kaido and Toru?
No, doesn't ring a bell.
Alright, because the chat asked for an insight check. But it'll
Sure,
be a
go for
double
it.
Disadvantage, so we'll try.
Oh my god, yeah, Eden's not. Yeah, Eden's trying her best.
She's not clicking on all cylinders right now, y'all.
Did you say double disadvantage?
Well, I mean, it's technically just regular.
Oh, okay. I was like,
I
damn.
don't speak right. It's fine. So just a 7.
7. Yeah, she seems genuine. The names definitely don't ring a bell for her.
Okay.
Yeah. Is there a reason that I would know?
Oh no, I heard that there was a legendary blacksmith in these parts, and since you had the smithy here, I thought I'd, just
Aha.
check in.
I wouldn't describe my husband as legendary, but you know, he's there.
I appreciate the information. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Paradise.
Yeah.
She's like, he's there.
Yeah. He's still alive.
He tinkers away.
Well, why would you say that? He
Yeah.
might be alive.
Anyway.
The basement is of dark discovery. Okay.
Shit just turns into an episode of Twilight Zone.
There's definitely a moment, Jong, that everyone would notice, but just to say that Shion definitely would have just kind of climbed a little bit up the loft and kind of looked at where she used to sleep. I'm thinking Little House on the Prairie for anyone who's
I
a
do.
little loft up there that the kids sleep in. Just
That
kind of
was
look.
one of my old Halloween costumes when I was
No way! Oh, that's
deep Hannelore.
wow.
I very much
shoot.
looked like Melissa Gilbert growing up.
Oh, cool.
And I always wear my hair in braided pigtails
Yeah.
because of that. So
Oh,
deep
that's
lore,
cool.
deep Hannelore.
Hannelore unlocked.
Whee!
Let's go. she kind of like, there's a moment where she's like on the step ladder, kind of looking up, and kind of she lets out a long sigh and kind of like looks down, and then slowly climbs back down the ladder. And she instinctively, Jong, you would also see that she's gonna go tell the landowner or the homeowner, like, thank you. Like, you can tell that she doesn't want to intrude too much, and she's almost weirdly uncomfortable. Like, it's kind of weirding her out a bit. So she's gonna make her way over to the landowner, but Ace, Poker,
Ace,
it didn't take long.
I don't want to intrude.
It didn't take long for Poker to find a little hidden trap door in a little secluded area, almost like a closet, we can say, of the area. Like, very out of place, very out of sight. Poker would have found the location. Did Poker go down? Like, I don't know. Is there more there, or?
I feel like she would have like went to. She's like,
Okay.
No, like not yet. I think she'll have that moment where she's like, oh, like she's excited, like she wants to just like go in, but she's like, no. She'll go get Shion first, so she'll casually, make her way back, whistling. She'll call Poker back now that she knows where it is. Puts her arm around Shion.
Thank you so much for. Oh, hi.
How lovely place. Lovely. Do you need air? I think you need air. You look a little pale.
Some air could do me good. Sure. She steps out with you.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm borrowing her Jong. Okay.
The landowner chuckles to Jong like, oh, she's a lovely girl.
She really is.
Yes, ma'am. Ace will like take her around closer to where Poker was saying. So, we found out that this house is actually fairly new, and picked up there's an underground portion back here, but I didn't want to break in without you.
Underground? Like a basement?
Yeah. I guess. Did you not have any underground thing before?
Not that I
This
can
could
recall.
be a town built on top of a town. We gotta get in there.
A town in
Sorry.
underground. She starts
did a
saying that,
scan.
but then she's like, at this point, I'd believe anything. I don't know what to think anymore. So
Sorry, I didn't mean to overwhelm you. I did a few scans while you were in the house just to make
Okay.
sure this wasn't some paradigm augmented reality crap. It isn't.
okay,
But-
that's good.
And I double checked with Hugo. The housing is fairly new. Very new. 50 years or so. Like, that's new.
I mean, it makes sense
But
that they
there's this-
build over the place, but it's. I'm telling you,
There's an
Ace,
underground portion.
it's identical. It's exactly the same.
Well, if you have blueprints, it can be, of course.
No, everything. The loft, the ground floor, the rest of the village, from what I can see. We never had a name, though. Green Hollow? I would have remembered that.
Huh. Well, we can see what's in this basement, and maybe that'll give us nothing. But it can't hurt to at least look, since you didn't have a basement before, and who knows? I mean, treasure, loot. Not that these people would have loot. And not that we're stealing.
Yeah.
We're not.
We'll find some secret boxes where they keep a bunch of eggs that we can give to Victor or something, and it's worth checking out.
All right. Let's just check it out. So, she'll take her over and like get in there.
Okay. So Ace and Shion begin descending to the basement. Is there anyone else that would like to join them? Extending the invitation.
Yeah.
Okay, Jung wants
I'll
to
go.
tag along. Yeah, I'm assuming
Yeah,
that's fine
I'll
with Ace.
say-
Yeah.
Oh
I'm
no,
not
yeah. I'll just say
intruding.
the Poker. Ace will be like, Poker, go get the others. One at a time, though. Subtle.
Suddenly, the homeowner looks around like, "Where'd everybody go? Oh, okay, there."
Yeah.
They're off
Poker will
and
just like
down.
start picking them off.
Okay.
Eden would probably stay and make small talk to keep the homeowners not as suspicious, because there's not much else she can do. So she'd probably just start yucking it up. Going
Sure.
into her old political training of like how to keep people entertained and
Yeah.
distracted and interested.
Okay.
In, like, the goings on. So that's what she'll be doing.
Yeah.
to help them.
I would say
Hopefully that'll
Eden.
assist with rolls.
There's a moment where she's like, "You're a regular, right? That's amazing."
I am.
Yeah,
Got my team. I got to wrangle all the time. You know how it is.
Sure do. You're the mom. I take it.
Unfortunately, they're a rowdy bunch.
I see. All right. By the way, are you could you use a rest? I don't know. You can sit down here if you need to take a seat.
I mean, if you're offering some hospitality, we have been on the road for a very long time.
Please, after all the kind words, I'd be more than happy.
Absolutely. Like Ian's like trying to like get her to go into the house, so whatever the team is doing on the outside breaking in, she's like,
Right.
Don't notice that. Like, let's go cook for
We're
me. Get me a
professionals.
drink. Totally.
Sure.
Totally.
She goes to make you some tea, and
Mm-hmm.
it's a very jolly good time.
Yeah.
And you're successfully distracting her.
Very good. Very good.
So I'm assuming then Brack and everyone else tags along into the basement. If that's cool.
Yes.
All right. So it's a bit of a long ways down, and the temperature certainly gets colder as you descend here. It's like another like ladder, kind of like the one that goes up to the loft, but just longer down into this lower level. And again, it's very cold. It's much more like a I don't know, we call it here like a Michigan basement. Like, I don't know, it's very like dirt, very like dirt and stone, but it's not finished. It's very, very, very unfinished, if that's the best way to put it.
Okay, so just like an unfinished basement.
Yeah, even that probably gives it too much credit. Like, it's very much like kind of like a room that was
crawl
dug out
space?
of the earth. Yeah, kind of like a crawl space, but enough to walk
Yeah.
around. Exactly.
Right. Yeah. I got you.
Yeah. And you'd certainly see some things down here. However, it appears to be extremely dirty down here and dusty. Things are knocked over, and some of it's even overgrown by plants that are growing down here. But it appears to be extremely untouched for a long time.
Anything to look for in particular?
Why don't you go ahead and roll investigation for me? And anyone else who would like to explore this little
Yeah, I think I'll do
Michigan
that.
basement.
Being a little raccoon right now.
Brack starts touching everything.
Beautiful. Go ahead and roll investigation
Very
and touch
fine. Very
everything.
fine.
You're gonna have to wash your hands. I'll say that much.
Secret
He has on gloves. He'll be fine.
All right. He just like tosses them to the side and pulls
Easy.
them in repair.
Yeah.
disposable.
Yeah. All right, that's an 11
You
from
said
Ace.
investigation, Joe?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like a silent competition between Ace and Brack, who can touch the most.
Oh.
Right.
Not bad.
Okay, a 17 from a 19 from Brack, and then a 17 from Jong. All right. Ace, I'll say Ace's main job was finding the basement, and you're still kind of using your lighthouses to, I'll say Ace, like, this room is very, very simple. It is a one-room, simple, it doesn't lead anywhere else. There's no more trapdoors. You can be assured of that much. As far as Brack and Jong, the two of you start immediately finding things that are not natural. For example, an old table that appears to have been knocked over and broken. Someone was in a hurry. And there's papers scattered around. A lot of the writing has become illegible over the years as the paper has grown old and torn. But from what you can make out, they appear to be plans. Kind of messy, hastily scribbled out handwriting. Plans for some kind of attack. Seemingly linked to the nearby town of Three Swords at the foot of the mountain. And you see symbols of the three eyes of Jahad and X's over them. And you see, it isn't just a chair or two down here. You see the remains of a few chairs, maybe 6 or 7, all kind of scattered around.
And that's it in terms of like stuff that would be the most notable.
As far as stuff that would be the most notable, yes. I would say, again, with your high rolls, this place is much older than the building above you, preceding it by decades, at least.
Okay, I have a specific question. Does
Okay.
this place, or based off what's down here, does it look like somebody could have stayed down here?
No, no one stayed down here. Yeah. Whoever left it in a hurry, clearly, or there was even maybe a scuffle down here. But yeah. Shion walks forward. What'd you find? Some more stuff that was... What, did they add something when they built this place?
Looks like someone lost a fight to the dust.
What do you mean?
Blue leader, you want to explain? Or you want me to explain? I don't think she's going to like it if I explain it.
Just
I
tell me
think-
it's okay.
What Brack is trying to say is that there's a reason that this town is so neatly and perfectly put back together. My question is, that woman upstairs didn't seem to have any knowledge of Jahad soldiers, but somebody's here. They wouldn't go through the effort to put this town back together. And you can tell, like as Jong is putting together a theory, like you can tell on his face, or I'll say Shion specifically can tell, like he comes to a conclusion that like isn't good until he pauses for a minute, and then he starts continuing. Something doesn't add up.
I just don't get it. Why would they add, if they wanted to make a perfect replacement for my village, why would they add this room? What does all this mean? Is it... And she like grabs the documents. And she like looks at
Trojan
some
horse.
of the notes. What was that?
Trojan horse.
Oh, she levels. We'll see. She levels some of the notes, kind of smoothing it out. I think this is my father's handwriting.
Sure.
She like grabs another document, and in this drawing, she like looks back up at the upper level. My mother used to sketch sometimes. But this, I don't... This doesn't make sense. Jong, what is it? Jong, what is this? Do you have an explanation for this? Why?
Look, all we can do right now is get more evidence.
My parents
Clearly.
wouldn't have done this. They wouldn't have put us in danger like that. They weren't those kinds of people. They were simple. We were farmers. They may have had their opinions, but they would not have gone this
Shion?
far.
Shion, look at me. I know, and you know, exactly what kind of people your parents were. They were not the only people in this village. Jahad's army came after this place for something. I don't know if they found that thing that day or not, but it's very clear that they were not willing to let this place go. You can find out why. But that starts with evidence. This town was put together perfectly, almost too perfectly. There is no such thing. There's a crack. There's a poor reflection, a smudge, something in this village. that'll lead us to who and why this is happening. Just have to find it. But I need you to stay focused. Do that?
I'm sorry, I lost my cool there.
No, you have every right to lose your cool.
When they came, they accused everyone in the village. I remember they were announcing it like it was some kind of order. They were accusing us of this. She holds it up. Were they right? This whole time I thought... I don't know.
Listen, take these documents and go round up the rest of the team. We'll all meet back upstairs.
Yeah.
And we'll keep searching.
Jong, I want to go find Shiro. He's so close. I've got to... All of this has only made me more afraid that we're not gonna... And she doesn't finish her sentence.
And he just kind of like puts his hand on her shoulder. We're gonna find him. The only thing you need to do right now is think about what you want to say to him when you see him.
Okay. Brack and Ace also being down here, is there anything else that you'd like to do before leaving?
Well, I mean,
you as well. Anybody down here. As
well,
Shion
yeah,
begins
he wants
rounding everybody up.
Yeah. That's what he sent her away because
Yeah.
Jong has something he wants to say to them.
Oh, okay. Go for it.
Guys, I have an idea of what's happening here. And I don't like it.
Yeah, the options don't look good.
This town was put together almost perfectly from Shion's memory. Problem is, Shion hasn't been here in almost 100 years. Which leaves one other person that would have that kind of intimate knowledge of this place that could have helped Jahad's army put this place back together.
You're talking about her brother?
Yeah.
I guess the question is why? What are they protecting that they need this place in the front of? As a perfect little standee, what's past it?
Why did he agree to get involved?
Well, if he's like his sister, it was likely for protection, family. Can Ace identify anything in here as someone who was a prisoner of Jahad for quite a bit of time? Can she identify anything out of the ordinary or anything in particular to her experiences that could give some hint, some I don't know, from her experiences, if anything reads different?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, so obviously, yeah, Ace did spend a lot of time as a Jahad prisoner, and that certainly would give you an edge here. Yeah, I would say that this basement was not... During the Jahad attack on the village, Jahad soldiers never found it. Like, this, however it was left... was because of probably non-Jahad soldiers. Like, you know from experience, I'll say, that if it was Jahad soldiers, they probably would have done something different here. Maybe torching everything, an addition, or taking this stuff. Leaving it exactly like this just feels off to you from what you know about the way that they typically handle things like this. I don't know if that answered your question, but that's some info.
It gives her a just kind of like a she'll relay that quickly to Jong of like, from my experience, if Jahad's army was here, they wouldn't have left it like this.
Okay. So that means this place was what? A safe house?
Well, she said it was her father's writing in the documents, right, that she just took?
Right. Which means maybe only her family knew about it.
It's on their property. Could be that her father and Shiro, maybe. Or all of them. But she does give Jong a sort of... I don't want to say this, but I have to kind of say it. Shion was a child. We can't fully rely on her memories. Especially traumatic ones. They tend to go blank and change.
Yeah. I know. We have to find Shiro. He's the missing link of this.
Okay. Yeah, let's close this back up and get looking.
So, oh, Jong, I guess I should give you the chance too. Was there anything else you wanted to do aside from finishing that conversation?
You know what, brother? You know I got to. Let me get an Arcana roll up in here.
Aha, okay. Sounds good.
You said the wrong, like, Jong. Jong. Jong, swear to God.
Da, 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 da.
She's like waiting on the third wrong, like,
So I want to. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to know
All right.
if I can sense the Shinsu presence of anybody that was down here before us, whether that was, a week ago, like, and
Oh,
get
okay.
an idea of how long. You know what I mean?
Ooh,
You know what I mean?
okay, I'm with you. Arcana, for sure, because it's been so long. It's gonna have to be a pretty high roll, but
Okay.
a high
okay.
DC, but still possible.
what you doing down there, buddy?
Jong's just like
Doing magic.
moving, feeling the walls.
Ace is like, we have tech for that.
Oh,
But okay.
Oh!
dude! Natural
high.
20!
Yo, let me work my magic, boy.
I'll just be up here. You do your thing, boo.
All
I'm
right.
like in the fucking avatar state right now, bro.
Jong's just like, ding. I learned everything.
Smell emotions right now.
Okay, so it's again extremely old. Any trace of a person being down here is old. But there are traces, extremely faint, and a few of them you even feel a slight tug, like a trail, as if you know that people were down here and then left. So like their sort of the finality of that trail ended up above, for example, and you can't help but associate that with Shion's parents. But there is another trail that is distinct to you, because unlike the others, which kind of end abruptly, one of them is much more tangible and kind of like leads to another location in the village.
That's the one.
All right. Cool. So, I mean, Ace, you see John kind of like sniffing around, looking for a little. He does like the pie, like following the trail, like smelling the pie in the kitchen.
Yeah. She's like, you got a trail there? I mean, she's got her own red string, so
Yeah.
she's just kind of like, I get you. Okay.
Man on a mission.
Just non-judgmentally climbing the ladder, making sure he's following.
Okay, perfect. I would say that like as you leave, right, to kind of like, I don't know if some of you would like Eden. I guess I'll cut to Eden first, and then we'll go from there. So Eden, like you're talking, and you can clearly tell that the group is like done with the location for the most part. So I don't know if you want to say anything else to this lady before saying your
I think
goodbyes.
Eden would have probably been trying to like, in the small talk, gather intel about like the city, the people there, if there's like a village chief,
Okay.
if there's
Got
a
it.
leader of the town, if there's like a city council,
Right.
like just trying
The
to like get the
structure.
lay of the land to see if like she recognizes any names, or if
Yeah.
there's anybody like that would be better to potentially go observe or investigate.
Ah, okay. Can I have you roll insight again for this one?
Oh, no.
So I can kind of like, yeah. I know you don't exactly have the greatest edge on these rolls right now, but just for fun, you know.
She sure don't.
You never know.
Victor,
Damn, 16.
it's not bad. Okay,
Hey,
all right.
Eden still got it. Let's go.
That insight man.
So-
Trained that muscle for a long time.
Okay. So, yeah, so from what she says, this town doesn't really have like a leader in a sense of like a chief or a mayor. I say a town, it's again like a few houses, like a village. But she does name some names. So again, Elijah, you know, the town. He's the town goofball. He's the one that invites everybody over on Friday nights to get drunk.
Okay.
So shout out to Elijah. But there's another name that catches your eye because she ends up talking a lot about like her grandparents who lived here, and you know she's like, I wish I knew them better. But she does say, you know, if there was someone who would know, if there was, I think the oldest person in this here village is Q. Lives kind of on the outskirts a little bit. Don't exactly see him very often, but he's a bit of a weirdo. But you know, he's got his sheep.
He's weird.
But he's a
He has his
decent fellow. Yeah, he tends sheep.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think the potential property purchasers are probably wrapping up here, and I appreciate your hospitality.
I truly hope we become neighbors. You all are so kind, and I've never had a regular neighbor before, both in the official term and in the more normal term. My neighbors are kind of wacky.
That is totally fine. Well, I appreciate you. You all have a lovely rest of your day.
Thank
And,
you. My
I'm
name
gonna
is
go
Eleanor,
meet
by
back
the
up with
way.
them.
I'm Eleanor.
Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet
Eleanor.
you too.
Joe's on fire now. Bro. Joe's on fire.
He pulled up
Joe,
on
wait
Let
a
me
minute.
cook.
Let
me cook.
I got Eleanor.
You didn't even have to ask.
I got Gatsby. Wait, that's another person. Sorry, wrong one.
I've got Chuck and Luck and Buck. I'm good, bro. I'm chilling.
So, you know, go out, like, say your goodbyes, and then
Okay.
head out to the team and, like, so what did you find?
So that trail, Joe. How like where what
Yeah.
I don't know. Give me the deets.
Yeah, let me clarify this a little
floating
bit.
on air.
So this is definitely not This is definitely not like more recent than the others.
Right.
It's just
good.
that this one like leads to someone that is still alive.
There's like more of a thread. To
Yeah,
follow.
it's just clearer
Yeah,
in
yeah.
your mind, and, and
Okay,
you've been doing so much training, and you rolled an at 20. Like you just know that this is like a tangible trail, like much more tangible. And yeah, I would say it is leading you a little bit out of the normal range of the town square, little bit outside of where the rest of the houses are.
Is it towards sheep?
Jong, you feel the you sense bleating through the sound waves of the Shinsu.
You killed my sheep. Don't touch them. Swear to God.
There's a Cyclops
Hell no,
chilling
bro.
over there.
Oh,
That's with y'all.
I'm not getting on
My
that boat, bro. I'm
favorite
not doing it.
Gotta get my voice filter.
You're like us now.
But yeah.
Cows.
Okay, then I think he's just gonna like
Those were
motion
cows.
to to everybody that he's with to follow him, and
Okay.
he's just gonna like before he loses it or before it,
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know, or there's time for it to get
Yeah.
lost, he just goes after it, follows the trail.
Shion immediately
know what
follows
he's doing?
behind.
What?
Have we seen Jung do this before? Of like locking onto a
I
scent
would
and
say
just,
not what he's doing, but you've seen him get like sort of this like I don't know how else to say it other than like locked in, for lack of a better term, when he's dealing with like something Shinsu related, where like it seems like he literally tunes everything else out around him and like has to focus in on energy instead of like material things. So like when you speak to him, he's not listening, like he almost can't hear. He enters this kind of like mindset, and so yeah, he's like he would have made a motion for you guys to follow him, but like he's already he's walking, he's already gone.
Okay. As everyone follows Zhang's following of this trail, again, like the town's, the village is the same as it ever has been. I would say that the day is getting a little bit later by this point. Like maybe it's like getting closer to evening. I'll say that you kind of near the edge, a little bit closer to the edge of the mountain, a little bit more, where you can clearly see the town below, Three Swords. And you can, Shion would have said this just confirms in your mind, the town is definitely bigger than this village, and it is easily just like a couple hours away, depending on the way that you take to get there. So like it's definitely like a pretty far drop, but you know, just letting you know that it is within the end of the day's journey. If you wish to also hit that stop, you can clearly see that. Okay. So Zhang.
Eden's not the best with directions, though.
Okay.
Is this in the direction that Eleanor pointed? That was Q's direction.
Oh yes, it is. It absolutely is, Eden.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Just making
Good call.
sure.
It
Eden
is.
would pass that information along if like
Okay.
this is who she said is kind of like the oldest person in the village,
Uh-huh.
and we seem to be heading that way. So she would share that with the team.
So Zhang,
As they go.
you would kind of put that together. You're clearly heading towards Q's location. Let me actually make a note on this.
Ace
Yeah.
will fill Eden in on what they discovered very quietly as they go.
Cool.
Well, not affirmatively.
So this, the other houses are simple, but this is like the simplest of the simple. It is like, from the looks of it, it's one room, a small room. There's like a little chimney, and there's a couple sheep around, but there's no fences. It's kind of overgrown, like the grass. It's kind of like less upkept than the other areas, let's say. And that's kind of all I can. It's the same material, like it's made of wood, But yeah, you all approach Zhang, leading the way. The door is closed. You do see smoke rising out of the chimney.
I'm gonna knock on the door.
No response.
Okay, I'm going around back.
Okay, there is a door in the back. One of the sheep walks up
Okay.
to you and
Is there-
blah.
All right, that checks out. Is there a window?
Check.
Yes, there is a window, but there's a curtain over it
Hmm,
from the inside.
We knock at the door again.
This is getting
Maybe they're
suspicious.
just hard of hearing.
Is there a back door?
Yes.
All right. Is the door unlocked? Like if I were to just open it, does it?
It is unlocked, yes. The back door is
gosh.
unlocked. But there's a voice like, "Ah, trespasser! Trespasser!"
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question before I tell you what I'm about to do. The
Okay.
trail that I'm following, does it lead to this person?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna move to restrain this person quickly as
Oh my
possible.
God. Okay.
Dog,
Ah.
it's been 2 minutes.
Breaking and entering.
I'm gonna need you to
We're
roll
already committing
athletics.
crimes.
Roll athletics, please.
You got it, brother. Tell me what
I
gotta roll.
will do the same.
You don't mess with people tending sheep, man. They're built.
First off, he was not attending to the sheep. The sheep were fine. He was busy leaving his fucking back door unlocked.
You don't
And
know.
sneaking into little huts and shit.
Can I have the sheep roll to headbutt Jong?
That's a great idea. Hold on. Let's just. That's a great idea, Hannah. Let me see how Jung's roll here first.
I just get to do more creature noises.
Yeah, I mean it's valid. You know, it's a valid reason. Okay, athletics, Jung.
Yeah, sorry,
You're good.
roll 20 is like so fucking finicky with me sometimes.
It's all good. I'll roll for this
You
dude.
can do it.
Okay. Oh, yeah, good enough. Okay.
I'm gonna laugh. This guy gets a nat 20.
Oh wait.
I wish.
All right, can
that
I-
would have been funny.
You said
Uh-oh. What's
I
up?
just had a thought. You said the door was unlocked.
Yeah.
Hold
on. Okay, you already said you were moving into restrain him. I already rolled. So, okay. 27.
Oh, okay. I did accidentally put that on advantage, but it doesn't matter.
Just taking the
We'll
first
take
roll.
The first roll.
Yeah. That
good,
is
we're all good.
27. I rolled with disadvantage because you quickly realize this is a frail old man that you are like pinning to the ground. Yeah.
No, hold on.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Hold on. No,
Sorry?
Don't just go putting words in my mouth. All I said is that I was going to
You
restrain him. I
restrain-
did not say I was going to Mortal Kombat 1 body
How-
slam him to the floor. That is not what I said.
Yeah, his skull
Suplex
cracks.
The old man.
What are you doing to restrain this guy?
So, because I'm assuming Jong can probably move far faster than this man, he's just going to dash behind him, and so like he's sitting in a chair. I'm assuming.
He
Well,
was.
is
He
he
got
standing?
out. He got out of it when you opened the door. Like he started getting.
All
up.
right, no. Before he
So,
even gets
okay,
up, he would
all
dash
right.
behind him and just put him right back down in the chair.
The rocking chair kind of from the force.
Elder
His eyes are
abuse,
wide.
Jug.
He's got a long, scraggly white beard and very wrinkled, kind of, not kept. He's an old man. The skin isn't great. Yeah.
That is unfortunate for him.
Yeah, I
ask
know,
you one more
I know.
time. This trail, it leads directly to this man.
Yes.
Okay. Slow down there, old timer.
This is
Okay.
breaking and entering. How dare you do this?
Well, technically, it's just entering. That door was unlocked. You should really double check your locks. What what was the new name? It's not the real name, but the name that the village had.
Green Hollow.
Green Hollow.
Sorry,
Green Hollow.
Yeah. My bad. Yep.
What do you know about Green Hollow?
I live here.
Really? Lived here for a long time.
As long as but for a few years.
Can we freaking hear Jong and they're interrogating the old man already?
I think you are all witnessing this because the door is wide open. Hannah, can you roll for the sheep? Can you give me a little sheep roll?
I will roll.
Roll a
for-
I thought you went
for
around the
me.
back.
Yeah,
I
John
ass-
went around back.
Okay, sorry. I assumed you all went with him.
We were
So
all
if you
waiting in
didn't,
the front.
so you all hear
Yeah,
yeah.
you're
So you're
waiting in the
hearing
Yeah.
you're hearing like you're hearing bleeding from
Jong,
the back.
open the door.
Jong's gonna go open the door so that they can all come in.
Okay, sure. Shion, immediately follows along and enters as well. And she kind of looks around like, this place does ring a bit of a bell, even though it looks kind of new. Like, she's clearly trying to kind of clock, is this place like the others? And she is deeming that this place is like the others. And Hugo confirms, this building, even though it's not as upkept as the others, it was built at the same time.
Do you recognize this man, Shion?
She looks closely at him. I'm gonna roll for Shion. Shion, what do we got? Oh, Hannah, hold on. Hannah rolled a 16 for the sheep. So Jong, there's a sheep that's charging you.
He headbutts you in the back of the leg. Meh.
Okay.
You're messing with his dad. He's upset. He's a man.
I kind of got other things going on right now. I don't know what to do with
So
that.
Jong, you're interrogating him and just feeling this slight pressure on the back of your leg and just ignoring it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do
Poor
insight.
Mr. Sheepy.
I'm gonna do insight for Shion. 13. So she's examining him. Q, is that your name? Based on what Eden had told everybody. That's right. She like gets closer. I don't think I ever knew a... And then she stops. Wait a minute. This place. And she like looks towards the sheep. I do... She gives him a closer look. You lived here, didn't you? You were here when it happened. Q isn't your real name, is it? You look a lot different now. I remember you, though. I don't know what you're talking about. I moved here a few decades ago. Let go of me. Let me.
That's a nice story. Sounds a little rehearsed, if you ask me. Who has the documents that we picked up in the basement?
You were Ace,
I think
probably.
Shion had him.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I would say Shion has them. That makes the most
was it
sense.
Shion?
Yeah, that makes the most sense.
Then he's gonna he would motion to Shion to show this guy the documents they found.
What do you know about this? Were you involved in this? All right, I'm gonna need someone to roll persuasion or intimidation, like whatever.
Who has?
I'll roll intimidation.
Brack, let's have.
I'll roll persuasion.
Do we want to do
Brack can roll
both?
intimidation, to be honest.
Yeah, let's do both. Let's do a persuasion roll from Ace and then an
Good cut,
intimidation
bad
roll
cut.
for exactly. yeah. Let's see. Plus,
My
Brack gets
intimidation is
advantage.
0, so, yeah,
you get
let's-
advantage on
let's
it
do
though, right, Brack? Because you have
do
giant,
I?
the featured giant. I think you get intimidation bonus or
think.
advantage.
I'm like,
Yeah, just
Well,
in case.
that's
Eden
all
is
we began.
outside
Let's see what we
keeping
got.
watch, going. He better
Alright.
not kill anybody.
well.
Brack, what do you say to
The
this
first
guy?
one was a 13.
Yeah, we'll take it. What do you say to this dude?
I never had goat stew. You either tell us what we want to know,
They are sheep, and they are not for sale.
either way,
They are my
they're
friends.
food. Your friend's looking delicious. So you can either give us what we want to know, or we're turning them into lamb chops.
How dare you? And then Ace, what do you say?
What do you say in such circumstances? I think Ace puts the lighthouse light on him. You know, like a lighthouse above his head, just like an interrogation lights.
Shoot, okay.
And she just in her 6'3" massive self just towers over his chair. Not intimidating, but very persuasive. I think you look fantastic for your age. If you want to continue doing so, can't you just please look at these papers and tell us what you know? Please?
At least this lady treats me with respect. I'll talk if you just give me some space, please. Looks at Jong.
John's gonna remove his hand, but he's going to stay right next to him.
Yeah.
You have to forgive him. He's just a little grumpy.
Very grumpy.
Brack goes to play with the sheep.
Aw.
Says I wasn't going to eat you. Don't worry about it.
Like back
They're all
away
looking at him
from
like,
Brack,
oh, yeah.
Nah, dude, I don't trust
They're giving
you.
the
No,
eyes.
sir. He's like
Look,
backing
bro, I
up.
taste awful. I taste terrible. I promise.
Brack always orders plates of mutton too, so the sheep's like, I don't know about you.
This dude eats sheep for
Correction,
sure.
Moby Bane.
You've ordered mutton
Listen.
before.
We'll get out of your hair so quickly if you just tell us what we need to know.
Again, Shion like shakes the papers again, reminder. These are, He looks at those and his
Evidence.
eyes go wide. Where did you find that? Where did you get that? Burn it. He points at his fireplace.
Why don't you tell us?
Burn it.
I don't think we're gonna do that. I think instead you're gonna tell us why you were down there.
I don't know who you are, but I need you to
Stop it.
promise me one thing. Please, please. I just want to live the rest of my years in peace. Please don't tell them. Don't tell the army. Please. Can you promise me that, whoever you are? Please.
I'll make you a promise right now. You tell us everything that you know. And I promise you'll be safe.
Fine. I've lived here for quite a while. I'm the only survivor. They burned this place to the ground years ago. They destroyed this village. I managed to escape. I had some family in 3 swords. And I've lived there, unhappily, being a burden on my friends and family. But a little while ago, they were looking for volunteers. I heard about an opportunity to return to a new village named Green Hollow. It intrigued me, but surprised. But imagine my surprise when I wind up in the exact same village that was burned to the ground. That's it. That's all that I think you would need to know. Shion says, no, you recognized these. You've told us this much. Tell us the rest.
Digital copies exist, my friend. You're in a new age.
Freaking technology. There's a reason that that we were attacked. We were initially an example. It was our punishment. Our resources were dwindling, trade almost non-existent, our lands and fields not given the proper care that was promised us. One of our own went missing. Things escalated. I was adjacent to a number of people that were wanting to revolt, wanting to stand up to Jahad's army. He whispers, Jahad's army, and looks out the window, out the door. But it was foolish. It was foolish. And so things didn't end well. But you've been in there, says Shion. You were in that basement. You were a part of this group, yeah? I'll admit, I was involved to some degree, like the rest of the village was. The whole village knew. And Shion looks at him. You're hiding something else. If this is true, something still doesn't make sense. Well, I might as well tell you all. It doesn't matter to me anyway. You're all young whippersnappers. Like I said, it was a foolish idea. And so, when I was approached by a Jahad soldier, I may have. I only wanted them to do a slight amount of just keeping things in order. I didn't want to see anything bad happen to my friends. So I told him a little bit about some of the unruliness that was happening, just to try to maybe help us, you know?
Uh-oh.
They found out, and there was a bit of a scuffle, and I
So you sold them out.
The rat has entered the picture.
I was only trying to do what was best for the village. Shion just
Like giving it
grins.
to Jahad's army.
Best for the village, huh? Like, you all kind of see from Shion it's like a Jong moment. That's kind of the best way I can describe it. She does like a Jong like smile, you know.
That's not good.
It's like the kind of thing that
Let's
Jong
say,
would
don't-
do in this
Oh,
situation.
No. I'm the one that does that in this relationship, not her. That's
Ace
not
is
good.
looking between them both like, oh no.
I see. Do you even remember their names? The people that you got killed? The children? And you just came back and wanted to blend on in, pretend like you were like everybody else. Just... I'll admit, I'm surprised you were willing to tell that. But I appreciate it. She turns to everyone else. My parents must have been involved. But the only reason they died was because of this scum. And she turns back to him. You lived a nice long life here, huh? Reaping the rewards for their deaths. Do you have anything to say for yourself? And he like looks at her with a new light, like, you knew, And yeah, you can all tell that Shion is battling some inner demons right now. Her instincts to do something to this dude or to stay calm because she's about to meet her brother again after decades and decades and doesn't want to, show up covered in blood. You can tell she has like a grin on, and her fist is as clenched as it's ever been, but she isn't moving.
Do you want me to kill him?
Ace, no.
Once a rat, always a rat. You think he sold out a whole village before. You think he's not gonna tell whoever's still around about
No.
us?
I just want to live in peace. You don't think I feel terrible? I didn't know that would happen. I thought it would help. You don't think I think about it every night? Please, it's just for my friends,
You
my
can always
sheep.
join them.
Please, my sheep, they need me. Please.
The sheep's looking at him sideways.
Like,
Even
look,
with his
bro,
little horizontal pupils
I don't
of
run
like,
with criminals.
They're siding
Like,
with
you're
Brad.
no-
now.
Friend killer.
Brad
He's like,
adopted these sheep.
Just saying, Shion.
They're mine now.
Say the word.
You said I would be safe. You're going to take your word
John
back?
promised that you would be safe from him, not the rest of us.
if you are gonna do it, make it look natural.
Please, I'm not an
People
amateur.
just think he died of old age.
Before you guys decide what to do with this man, you and this woman here are not the only people who survived that attack. One other person did.
You were a child. You survived. I swear I didn't. I'm so glad that you. And she's like, she like kind of bends down, like kind of puts her hands on her knees to get on his level a little bit. She like looks up at him. You still think about it? Their screams as the flames roared through this village. Every blade of grass, every tree, every animal, she points back. Every man, woman, and child burned to death, slaughtered because of something they hadn't even done yet. Slaughtered because someone ratted them out. Those screams. You still think about them? He starts like crying every night. Good. I hope you continue to live a nice, long life. And that you never forget those screams. And she gets like really close. There's a part of her that's like, again, I think what's influencing her here is that she's about to meet her brother again. And she does not want to ruin that. So she looks at him very, very close. If I find out that you tell a word of this to anyone. And she like grabs a nearby like figure of some kind, and she just like squeezes it until it like shatters into pieces. I'll stop at nothing to find you.
Shion, may I make a suggestion?
She gets away. Please.
I might have been dabbling in some technology that we encountered a while ago. I kept it and I've been studying it and I've been dabbling it on my own. Would you hate if I experimented with something Purple Leopard taught me? Not kill him, but a little brain dead wouldn't hurt.
No. I don't want him to forget.
Oh, he won't. He just won't be able to move or do anything else of the sort. Trapped in his mind, but his body's still alive. He just can't use it. Brain active, body.
It's tempting, Ace, but that's okay. I don't think there's a need. She looks back at him, and he's like shivering. He's like curled up into a ball, like shivering and like rocking in his rocking chair. I don't think there's any more we need to do.
Boo. I was hoping to test it. Fair enough, though.
Sorry.
It's fine. We'll take the high road this once. But next time the perfect criminal presents itself, I'm trying it.
Fair enough. Leaf like puts a hand on Shion's shoulder. And she smiles, kind of glad that things ended this way. We're done here. Let's go. And she starts leaving the building. And again, you just hear the squeaky, squeaky, squeaky rock of the rocking chair, as if there was any traumas that would have been maybe put aside over the decades, it's back and worse than ever for this guy. Anything else before we leave this man's abode? Jonk's thinking about it. I can see her. You're like, what?
I was.
Ace waiting till everyone leaves because she's not missing out on the chance if someone else tries to take it from under her.
Uh-huh.
She's like, nah. I said I wouldn't kill him, but you ain't killing him. If you're killing him, I'm using my thing. I'll get some benefit out of this.
I'm good, bro. I'm good.
He's
We
just
got bigger
keeping
fish
a
to fry.
watchful eye outside. Make sure nobody from the town comes this way.
Okay. As everyone leaves the abode, Brack finishes doing whatever you were doing with the livestock, I assume.
Woo.
Oh,
Take the
Woo?
sheep.
Oh, he's in the gourd. Do you steal all the sheep? Do you just swipe with the gold?
And I'm taking the sheep.
Poker just rides
That's
off
the
on a
cherry
sheep.
on top to this dude's trauma.
Now he's alone.
I mean, Brack, do you just come back to the rest of the group?
Yeah, just goes back to the rest of the group. Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Bye, sheep. I'll see you next time.
They're all sad now. They found out their dad's a monster. Damn.
So like the three of them that were there, they're just kind of like slowly like walking away up the hill.
Yeah, they're like,
damn,
I'm done.
good
Yeah, they
decision,
leave.
mate.
Yeah, I think you're right, Hedda. They're like, I'm done here. Screw this dude. He may feed us, but damn. Yeah. So this dude, he also lost all his friends. So yeah. All right. Very good. As everyone stands outside the abode, again, the sun's starting to set. Shion stands there and she says, I still have some questions about this village, but there's only one thing that matters to me right now. I'm so close. We can make it before nightfall. 3 Swords, it's just a bit of a journey down the mountain. She turns to everyone else. If that's all right, I'd like to make it as soon as possible.
I bet
good
it was
stepping.
to me.
She nods. Victor offering his Hermes sandals to anyone that wants a bit of a boost down the mountain. He wants to, like, you know, he's looking down the slope like I could ride this mountain down like no problem, you know. I will say this, like, you all are like, again, really strong regulars at this point. And so, like, you know, initially I was thinking like, oh, you know, the terrain, but it's at this point absolutely nothing you guys couldn't handle as you make your way down the mountain towards the town where Shion hopes to reunite with Shiro. But we're going to take our break before we do that, so don't go anywhere. Enjoy the memes, enjoy the fan art. We still have plenty to go, plenty of fun to have. So we'll see you in a few minutes. Ta-ta!
Shall now commence the siege of Enderon.
Wait, what? What?
Huh?
Oh,
Nani?
Above the table, for those that don't know, this was when Ace randomly started to beat up villagers.
Listen, it was one time. I was scrapping. It was
He's
the
not wrong
point.
though. He's not
Leave me
wrong.
alone.
Oh my god.
Shall now commence the siege of Enderal.
Wait, what? What?
Huh?
Oh,
Nani?
above the table, for those that don't know, this was when Ace randomly started to beat up villagers.
Listen, it was one time. I was scrapping. It was
He's
the
not
point.
wrong though. He's not
Leave me
wrong.
alone.
Oh my god.
shall now commence the siege of Endero.
Wait, what?
Huh?
Oh,
Nani?
above the table, for those that don't know, this was when Ace randomly started to beat up villagers.
Listen, it was one time. I was cracking. It was
He's
the
not
point,
wrong, though.
okay?
He's not wrong.
Leave me alone.
Oh my god. Well, welcome back, everybody, to Towers and Gods. Thank you all so very much for the memes and the fan art. You guys did a great job. I laughed at quite a few of them, so appreciate that. If you'd like to submit some of your own this week, we'd love to see it. Any of the memeable moments from the episode, or if you want to do fan art of your favorite character, the Discord is down below, as you guys know by now. With that said, let's return to the episode. Boom. This series is rated 18 and up. Heavy topics incoming. Okay, so you all begin to descend from Green Hollow. Now, I want to make this clear. If you all would like to ever return at some point, Shion has even made it clear that, like, she's probably going to come back at some point just to make sure that nothing was missed. But you all get a good impression that you have explored this tiny little village to the best of your ability. And you got to learn about a rat. So, you know, it certainly came up with some answers. And, no minds were hacked today. Apologies, Ace. I know the purple leopard technology will have to be employed another time. I apologize, but Shion does, like, after making her way down the mountain, you can see that she, like, is glad that she didn't give in to it, because even though it was deserved, it would have kind of soured her impression of herself. And she maintained her cool. And now all that she can think about is her brother. Now, okay, you are all on the ground, like, this isn't a floating island. This isn't Avalon, right? This isn't like a lot of the other floors you've been on. This is, like, actually ground terrain, so I don't know, I just wanted to kind of extra point that out. I think that's worth mentioning at the very least. But overall, this town that you're approaching, as the sun begins to start, you know, setting, it is certainly bigger than Green Hollow, but it isn't even as big. It's not very large, you know. There's maybe a couple hundred people that live here. It's a very, calling it a town is probably even going a little far, but it's certainly more advanced than the village you are coming from now. You know, the buildings are made of metal typically instead of wood, you know, or it's like concrete. It's a little bit more sturdy. It's like the buildings are bigger, you know. This looks like a nice place to settle down, a small little town if you retired and want to settle somewhere. But there's like a supermarket and there's a bar, you know, and there's an actual like hotel, very, very small. But, you know, it's certainly different than Green Hollow in that respect. Another thing you notice is that it's very clean. It's extremely well kept. There's a fountain in the middle of the town that is sparkling and is kind of the main attraction. Like, this is a very boring town otherwise. It's got a hotel, it's got a bar. Nothing stands out except this nice shiny little fountain where people are tossing in little glittering objects and wishing for good luck. Yeah, that's the main thing. That's the main gimmick here. Shion immediately starts heading in a specific direction. She recognizes this town, and I'm going to assume people follow. Feel free to correct me if you want to jump in anytime to do your own thing.
I just want to say in passing,
Yeah.
as we pass like the water fountain, Ace leans into Brack. If we stay here tonight, you want to make a bet on who can get the most coins out of that fountain?
That sounds like peasant talk. Would we take the coins out the fountain?
It's the fun of it, Brack. You've gotten so boring.
How did I get born? Because I don't want to jump into some water that someone probably hawked like 7,000 loogies into as they were throwing their coin, wishing it luck, and getting myself covered in their disease germs. Have you not seen that old man that we just left? He didn't look like he bathed in 72 years. Like, why would we jump into something that looks as though it's contagious?
You have become such a crotchety, germaphobe, boring old man. Old Brack would have jumped into the fountain with me without question and stolen stuff, because it was fun.
Old Brack was broke. Old Brack couldn't afford a piece of cheese. This
Okay,
Brack
and it was fun.
has integrity. He has morals.
Oh, BS. Integrity, my pink ass.
Anyway.
I don't know what to say to that.
Fine, be
But-
boring.
Fucked.
All right. Well,
What I will say is, how about this? Whoever can steal more of the resources from this village wins.
No, that's a whole different thing. Fountains are harmless.
No.
This is a harmless thing.
It's
We're
the
not going
same
to war.
thing.
No, it's
It's
not.
the same thing. We're
Hey,
just changing
Brack.
the pool.
Hugo steps in.
Hmm?
This is not the time.
Huh?
We are about to meet Shion's brother.
Look at
Let's
what
maintain some level of maturity.
Maturity.
he's got integrity now.
Yes.
Maturity comes with that, you know.
No, it doesn't. I can still
think
be
it has to.
immature and be integral. And Brack looks up at the air like, I'm pretty sure that's the word to use, right? Then he looks at Big Boss, right? That's the right word to use, right?
Prince Fulgur's like, sure.
Either way, we could just after Red Tiger Empress meets her brother, we can have some other kind of bet. I don't know who can steal the most loaves of bread from the village.
Oh my god.
I just wanted to get in the fountain.
Ace is like, let's take some coins of the fountain. Brack's like, let's starve the village. Like, let's take all their resources and
He's
starve
like,
them.
"We're on very different- I'm sorry I asked. I'm sorry I asked. And we'll like strut forward before her husband gets mad at them again.
Meanwhile,
Brack pulls Big H to the side real quick.
yeah.
Big H. Congratulations again. I know I've said this probably about 365 times out of the year, but again, she looks like she's about to enter that mode. Remember, punching mode. Villagers harmed, everyone hurting. Just keep your eyes on her. All right?
One time. Freaking one time.
Prince Fulgur nods like, oh yes, I remember. Oh, indeed. Everyone else is following Shion, and she leads to a hospital. Clearly, the location that she last saw her brother. The location that she would have dropped him off at after fleeing the burning village, and leaving him in the care of the doctors there for his illness, the toxin that he had ingested. And she stops right outside the hospital. It's very small, single floor, single level. And she just kind of like reaches out for the door, her hand shaking. When she steadies her own hand with her other hand, and she has a smile across her face. And she turns back to the rest of Recall and smiles, a very genuine grin. It's obviously Shion has changed so much since you all had first met her, and it's like a look of like thanking, for letting you joining your team, coming with her. She looks and turns and just smiles and thanks before opening the hospital door. And she runs, the reception's like, can I help you? Oh, and she runs through, excuse me, I'm here to check on a patient. And she runs through, Leaf kind of being like, sorry, we'll explain. And She pulls back the curtain. Shiro, And there is the bed, completely empty. She turns and she starts like opening all the other curtains. There's like a person in there who's injured, right? And they're like, what the, and she just moves on and moves on and moves on. Shiro! Shiro! She runs back and forth. Excuse me. She goes to the front counter. Is there any more beds? Would you have moved any patients to another building, another location, perhaps? And the reception's like, no. I don't know what you're. Is there a boy? Shiro, Jin Shiro. Anything in your records? She starts flipping through. Victor's like, let me just double check, and he goes to double check all the locations she had checked. Please make sure you search thoroughly all the records. And she's flipping through. How long ago would this have been? Shion like blinks. 6, 70, 80. It's been a long time, almost a century. And the receptionist looks up like, huh, century. Pulls out another binder, flips to the back. Oh yeah, we have patient records here from that time. Let me see. Jin Shiro. She shakes her head and flips through the record again. Nothing. There was never a Jin Shiro here. Are you sure you have the right location, miss? And Shion's eyes go wide and she kind of like stumbles back. No. Victor returns and just shakes his head slowly to the rest of the group.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you worked here?
About 7 years.
Okay, so pretty new, at least relatively speaking.
7 years that's quite a long time, lad.
Forgive me,
I'm 890
met people
something.
who live far longer.
Oh, she like kind of like clocks like,
7
damn.
years.
Oh shoot. She kind of
7
like
years
straightens.
to
She
us.
like straightens up a
Not
little
that.
bit more.
Listen, in all the time that you've been working here, have you dealt with only patients? Seen anybody come in or out of this hospital that looked like they weren't sick?
Weren't sick. This is a hospital, sir. We treat those who need medical attention.
I know.
What is your question exactly? If we
Is
treat
why
those who don't
I'm
require
sure
medical attention?
if somebody came in here who didn't need to be treated, you'd probably remember them. An expression, what they look like, gestures, something.
She shows you some records of recent names that you do not recognize. Nothing jumps off the page, and she shows you like there's people in here. They've all needed medical attention. There's nothing, She kind of gives another look. Is there something wrong? Should I alert Jahad's army? Is there something that needs to be brought to their attention? Sir?
Yeah. Could you?
What exactly is the matter? Has someone missing? Has someone been hurt, murdered? What are we dealing with here?
Well, somebody has definitely gone missing. In terms of the specifics, if it's all right with you.
What? Sorry, what's the checkout process like for patients?
The checkout process. When they are recovered, they sign a form. We check the date that they exit the facility, and then they go on their merry way.
Can other people sign them out?
No, we require some form of identity verification.
So only they can sign themselves out. No one can retrieve them.
They may if they give permission and they are present in some capacity, some degree. We have proof, a signature, perhaps, something of that nature. But always in the name of the client, the injured one.
Do you have... How many John Does do you have in there?
I'm sorry?
Patients who may not recognize their real name.
Ah.
How did they sign?
She begins flipping through it, and overall, she shows you that there's some. It's very rare, though, and from the time that Shion mentions, there's nothing that matches the depiction of an anonymous individual that could relate to him. And Shion would kind of mumble, I gave the name. We definitely, I remember because I didn't want to forget. I wanted to find him again. He gave his name. Jinshiro, you're sure? I'm sure, miss. I'm sure. It was a long time ago. Maybe you have the wrong town or the wrong facility. Thank you, everyone. We should go.
Ace will go back up to Shion and kind of whisper. You know who's good with messing with medical stuff and wiping names, and who wanted to meet us very soon. Specifically this floor.
If Aesir did something to Shiro, I swear.
They might have done it as a favor, we don't know. But you might want to casually...
No, Ace,
They might
don't
be
you
your
see what
only
this
other
is?
option right now.
Don't you see what this is? And she turns to the whole team.
What is it?
I knew all along. I knew all along. You're outside the hospital now. It's been almost 100 years since I left him here. How stupid was I to think that he'd be in the same place, the same bed? What, looking the same? Surviving his illness for this long? I just wanted to enter the tower. I'm sure of it. I just used... I knew this would happen. I knew... And I deluded myself into thinking that I'd find him here, that everything would be great, and he could get healed, and we could move on with our lives. Of course, it's not that simple. A lot can change in 100 years. I don't know.
Shion.
I don't know.
Shion. Shion.
She looks up at Jung.
Where are we standing right now?
The town. The town I left Shiro in.
And why are we standing here?
To find him. To help him.
And what is the one thing that you have wanted to do since you got into the tower?
I wanted to save his life. I didn't want to lose the only family I had.
Time will change a lot of things, Shion. But it has not changed you. You have held fast to that one belief. You have risked your life again and again and again and again to get to where you're standing right now. Now I know you're not going to quit. Stumble, possible. Maybe even trip and fall. But I know how to pick people up. Because you are going to find him. And you are going to save him. It may not look the way you envisioned it, but it's going to happen.
You're right. I always envisioned it this way, but we've had plenty of setbacks. I won't let this one stop me. You're right. We're gonna find him. We will. I'm not giving up. Sorry, everyone. You had to see me like this.
We've known you for a while, Shion. It's fine.
Yeah. Well,
Next
we can.
step.
I think next step we can. And Leaf kind of like steps in. I think we can simply find a place to stay for the night. I saw a nice looking hotel nearby. We can certainly stay. It's getting late. It's been a long journey here. Whatever information is here today will be here tomorrow. And we really aren't in any rush, Shion. Who cares what Aesir says? We're gonna find your brother. But wouldn't hurt to have a bit of a headquarters first. Victor kind of slides in.
Go set up, get some drinks.
Yeah, I'll make
Victor?
some... He was gonna say something, but he decides to keep it a surprise.
There we go. Maybe you and Hugo can spar it out.
I'm okay. I'm okay. And Hugo kind of like chuckles. It's been a lot for you today. You deserve some rest. Thanks, everyone. Yeah. Let's go. And she like kind of follows Leaf. Leaf kind of takes a bit of charge. And Shion just kind of follows along in the back of the group. Making your way to the hotel. Give everyone a quick little chance if they'd like to do anything.
Aiden's gonna shoot a little message to somebody.
Oh? Do we know the
Percocet.
contents of the... Oh? You said...
I feel like we need a guide in this situation.
Ah, interesting. Okay, Percy responds like immediately. Like, you know, it's like you send the message and it says read, and then you say like it's like it's immediate. He's like, yeah. What do you need? What do you need?
So she's gonna shoot a message and be like, "Hey, in Three Swords, Shion's brother isn't where we thought he would be. Ideas?"
He sends like a sad emoji. Oh no. ... And then he types for a little while. And then he sends, I think we can help with this.
Oh, do you?
He can't win. Percy can't win. I mean, it's deserved, but he can't win.
He types back details ? Like,
yeah, he's like, yeah. Oh, hold on. 1 second, like 4 separate texts. And then there's like 2 minutes of silence from Percy. And then you see the...
Yep, there it is. You got clocked, bro.
And then you see the little chat thing. And then he sends, so sorry if this comes across the wrong way, but we think we'd be better to meet up first tomorrow, since we're near Three Swords, about a day's journey. and then we can maybe talk about something depending on what the others want. I'm sorry, I wish I could help immediately, but I'm sure we'll still be able to help. Smiley face.
Oof.
Percy Wilder.
That's crazy. That's
Even
crazy,
reacts
bro.
to what he said with a thumbs down and shuts her pocket down.
Yeah. Missed call from Percy later on.
That's
Fine.
She would not answer it. She's
Yeah.
annoyed.
Yeah.
Damn, bro, I could taste the corporate in that response.
We
That was
asked
crazy.
them for so little. I just,
Bro, they're probably the
I will say-
motherfuckers that kid. Whatever. Oh my God.
Okay, so
Zygus has been
I will
real
say,
quiet. That's all I'm saying.
Zygus needs his, he needs an attitude adjustment. I will just say, just as a cautionary, thing, if Shiro has been this absconded with in both history, ledger, and person, and that nurse was real fast to bring up, let's get Jahad's army involved, we probably should be a little careful about what names we throw around and how we go about things.
You're telling this to the whole team?
We don't want to attract unwanted attention. Yes.
Okay.
I feel like we're leaving a good breadcrumb trail with Q and now the hospital lady.
I can always
got
go
a
back for
feeling
Q.
We might have to.
Okay.
He's
I'm
just
not
like,
gonna
I'll
lie.
be back by midnight.
I just want to put it out there that we might need to be careful if he's being this hidden, because seems like there is some nefarious things afoot.
Shiro really is tied up in Jahad's army. We're not going to get to him just by asking nicely.
Nope. And he might not want to be found. Even if he did
But
survive.
Aesir is the most ideal for that. Even I was entangled in Jahad's army, and they got me out and wiped my records. Possible.
Mm-hmm.
But that means you owe them.
That's why
So,
I was
either
hoping
way.
for our guide, which, I think we might need to take that moniker from him at this point. But
Just ambush Zygus.
Zygus won't even pick up calls. He's useless.
Forget y'all have different relationships.
Well, he
Well-
left you unread for a long time.
Yeah, but things change, baby.
Do they?
However, I wouldn't use it for that.
Yeah.
You have to be strategic about it.
Mm-hmm.
You're all
Anyway,
discussing
tavern,
this.
We'll get some drinks.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say they're right next to each other, the hotel and the tavern, so you can absolutely hit both. Anybody that'd like to. I'd say Shion, everyone gets room. I would say though there's not many rooms, so you're all gonna have to share to some degree. So sorry, this isn't luxury. You're not getting your own private suite. Might need to do a little bit of a split into like 2 rooms. So
Dibs on
Where
Hugo.
the fuck is Winston?
Dibs on
Where's
Hugo.
Winston?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna just go with Shion if that's
So
that's,
that's fine, but
yeah.
I'm gonna say there's 2 rooms. So do Ace and Hugo get a
there's
room?
only 2
and then
rooms in the whole hotel.
2 available rooms. Listen, you're coming out of the blue.
I mean, Ace is definitely gonna try to get her own room with
What is the
Hugo.
population here? 4 people? Why?
It's
they
like
only have 1
200.
room
I said
available?
it's a tiny hotel. I'm
Yeah, you say
sorry.
tiny, not
Over there.
microscopic. Who room?
Because it's taken. There's rooms that are taken.
Bro,
We just gotta
bro,
separate from single to married.
Okay.
Divorcees don't count.
That's
Neither do
crazy.
winners.
Whoa. Whoa. Jeez.
I mean, the rest
Gotta
of us
find
can
a
go
way
camp
out
if
there.
that's.
No loophole here.
What was
The
The
that?
rest of us
Here.
can go camp if this is what we need to do. Oh goodness.
Honestly, we
But
should
y'all
all
have
go
fun in your
camping.
rooms.
No. I say we all go camping. And then
Oh no, the newlyweds and the
leave.
slow
Yeah.
burn of the century need to talk things out, so they might need
Oh
more.
come
fluffy
on,
beds.
They spend every night together. And Leaf looks at him like, Victor, we've spent 2 straight weeks camping. I would like a nice bed. That'd be kind of nice. Oh, come on, Leaf. What's one more night?
Leaf said, I miss my silk sheets. Don't take this from me, Victor.
Whatever. You guys are boring. All right, that's
Listen,
fine.
Speak for yourself.
Well, then how about we do, guys and girls? I'm sure the lovebirds can survive one night apart. Boo-hoo.
Oh, hell no. No.
Why? You can't survive one night without your
I didn't
lovers?
marry him to be separated.
You were married, so what? It's one night. You're going to survive. Damn. It's fine. I don't care. Just decide. Who cares?
Don't want the consequences, fine.
So there's 2 rooms, but it's infinite beds. Like, I don't, the beds, we'll figure that out, you know. But either way, everyone starts figuring out the accommodations, and yeah, I'll pass it over to y'all. It is now nighttime in 3 Swords. The overall plan seems to be that at least some of you will be going to see Aesir tomorrow. They are nearby. And so you can still have this as a headquarters and go see what they're doing. Maybe they can help with Shiro, and they have their own shtick going on. But either way, you have the night. I'm passing it over to y'all to do whatever you'd like tonight. What does that mean, Ace? You have a plan? You have a little
I'll
plan
let
cooking?
everyone else do the shenanigans first.
Wow, okay.
Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Brack pulls out his fancy sleeping bag to get ready to sleep on the floor. Again.
Victor's like, Brack, there's a bed. There's a bed right there.
I'm not sleeping on that bed. They only had 2 rooms available. You know what that means, right?
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Doesn't take a rocket science to figure out that there may be a bed bug epidemic going on here. And Brack is not allowing anything to bite on him. Good night, Vicky. And Brack just flaps like his sleeping bag as he's getting ready to crawl into it.
Well, before you go to bed, the thing that Victor wanted to do is he does surprise s'mores for everybody, also to cheer Shion up as it's her favorite snack. And he does some s'mores. I'm going to roll because it's funny, and I'm going to give him advantage because he's actually a goated chef now. Chef Leon! Okay? Let's not forget. This dude
If
is
it's good,
goated
Brack got something.
at cooking. We got... That is a dirty 20. Yeah, those are some tasty-ass s'mores. Enjoy. Enjoy. And,
Right, so Brack curled up in a burrito inside his sleeping bag. He goes, he takes the s'more, and all you just see is like a grown man with like puffed out cheeks just nibbling on the s'more. He's like, I don't really like sweets, but these are pretty good.
Thanks, Brack. Love you. And,
Hey. Whoa with the love word, okay?
I've known you for almost 100 years. I can't.
Back over to his corner.
Damn. But Shion, you know, she doesn't even realize until he kind of like puts it right in front of her, and she'll finally smile for the first time in a while, and then take the gift from Victor and appreciate his kind gesture. Other shenanigans from the player characters.
I think Ace is going to be. She like strips down just like a wrap, like a chest wrap, and some very loose trousers. So like you see the tattoos going on, very like samurai training type of build here. And she just like whips like a robe over her shoulder. Who wants to come with me for some fun? She looks at Leaf, Shion.
Leaf looks back and she's like, she kind of walks over to you. I'd love to. I think I'm just gonna stay and just make sure things are okay with Shion. Sorry.
I was hoping this would like rattle you guys out of the funk.
No, I'm fine. I just want to make
Can't
sure
just sit
Shion's
here.
okay.
Shion. Let's have some fun. And by
Are you-
fun, I mean slightly
you're
not
talking
entirely
to
legal.
You're talking to Shion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
I'm good, Ace, but thanks.
Fine.
Victor's like,
Enjoy your s'mores.
I mean, if there's no one else, like, I don't want, like, I'm here. It sounds kind of fun, you know? I mean,
Victor?
as one of the only Reigns here, I mean, we kind of, like, I feel an obligation to, if there's no one else.
Meanwhile, Hugo.
Oh, yeah, he hasn't
He's
even...
like, is there any other Reigns in the house?
yeah, he said one of, you know? It's true.
Okay. Since Brack won't do it with me.
What are you cooking up? What's the plan?
Brack just shoots a
Very
glass from
brief.
across the room because he heard his name.
This from the sleeping bag. It's like it turns.
He who shall not be named. All right, listen. When I was going town from town, back in Artlam, young teen, before all that crap went down, sometimes there'd be fountains, and people would throw like their little coins in them, and like other trinkets. Here's the thing: the coins are what have to stay in there, but people who don't have coins throw little trinkets. Those are free game. So you skinny dip / dive into the fountain, and you fish them out, and you have fun distributing them back, and all that other stuff.
You know, my dream is to become a legendary fisherman and just grow old by a seaside cottage where I finally find an apprentice. He's like told this story like a dozen times.
Yeah, she's like moving him along, like, you gotta ditch the coat, we gotta like go like incognito.
Okay, fine. So just to be clear though, like, we're stealing?
It's not stealing if it's the trinkets. Coins, yes, they can get you for that. Loopholes.
He doesn't really believe you, but he's down anyway. He's down. It sounds fun.
She's like, even if it was, who's gonna stop me? Who's around?
I just remember Eden's words from earlier, like, Jahad's army is like involved, Jahad's army, we don't wanna piss off Jahad's army, like, that could be kinda bad, so.
They're not here. And if they are, just strip. Flash them. What are they gonna do?
Hey, Ace, I don't
You're
know
in a
if you
fountain.
know.
You can be bathing.
How do we not know that they are here? I kind of have a bad feeling. I don't mind stripping. I kind of have a bad feeling about this town. I feel like it's.
Okay, well then this will be a good litmus test. A harmless litmus test. And if they catch us, just pretend that we were shenaniganing in a fountain. That's
All right,
fine.
I'm down.
I just want the trinkets.
Sounds good to me. Lead the way. And he follows you to the
it's
fountain
excitement
in the
just
dead
going.
of night.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yes. Like
Okay.
teenagers just sneaking.
Sure.
trinkets.
Okay. Do you want to roll to like see about the trinkets that are in the fountain?
Oh yeah, we can do quick rolls.
Let's just do one little roll just to see how this little adventure goes. How does the scavenging of these trinkets go for Victor and Ace?
Do we want sleight of hand or what are we doing?
Oh, that's a good idea. Let's do sleight of hand. That's even better. Victor gets a nat 1. And Ace gets a dirty 20. So,
Damn.
yeah, it's not exactly the smoothest little trip. Victor often ends up like he's insisting on like actually fishing them up, because like that's just how you do, like it's just way more interesting than diving in. So he's like pulling it out, and every time it's like Stardew Valley, like seaweed. It's like nothing but seaweed in a fountain.
With the
He's
sound
like, "What
effects
the-"
too?
With the sound effects, yeah, everything. And the little struggle, it's like grass. It's like moss every single time. Damn it! Are you sure there's trinkets in there?
Yes, of course. She like fistfuls.
Yeah, there's all kinds of little goodies in there, like the shiny little
Pearls.
goodies.
Like
Yeah,
little
yeah.
Oh.
There's some pretty good stuff in there. Someone tossed in some freaking juicy little gemstones.
Yeah, exactly. But I will say the purpose of Ace doing this is to see if there are other people like her around. People like that get up to no good, Like she is trying
Right.
to see if there's anyone that comes out at night
Mm,
around these same type of activities,
Okay, can you roll perception for me?
street life type of thing.
Yeah. That's a perception check, I think, to see how that looks in the surrounding vicinity. All right, 16. This is a very small town, so there are a couple people that would be passing by and give you very strange looks if they do notice you. I don't know if you're trying to keep it super incognito or not, though. Or are you just, like, doing it and you don't care who sees?
Village crazy. Yeah, like this is maintenance. We're just cleaning the pond. We're not
Okay.
supposed to go. Don't tell anyone.
They still give you a weird look. They still give you weird glances, but there doesn't seem to be any troublemakers like you guys. You're definitely disturbing the peace.
All right, that's it. I think we got what we needed. There's no suspicious.
No.
things.
Little more. Hold, one more. No. I'm not done. Damn it! Another. Fine. Let's go. I'm done. Hey, that dream I mentioned earlier. Chef. I'm sticking with the chef stuff.
Why don't you just do it with your bare hands,
Like
like
a
a normal
peasant?
person stealing from a fountain?
Like a peasant?
What is with you and Bracken being peasants all of a sudden?
Get my hands dirty. Get out of here.
Get the same coat, like Taylor. Like what? Who's feeding you this?
We're both in the syndicate. Listen, he learned it from me. Let's be real. Don't tell him I said that, please.
I don't like it.
Don't tell him I said
You guys
that
are
because
boring.
he'll be very mad. Boring?
Oh, he won't listen to me. Boring. Can't use your bare hands? You're not good with your hands anymore?
Okay, it's time we head back. We got places to be tomorrow. I want to get a good night's sleep. Let's go to bed. I'm chilling. I'm good, Ace. See you later. Good night.
Okay. She'll give him like one of the trinkets as like a pity prize.
He begrudgingly accepts the pity prize before heading back. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay. Excellent. So that was Bragg, Ace. I have a couple things. So we're first gonna start with Jong. So Jong, you would have you take over here. I'll explain a little bit. You sent a text to Shion. You wanted to meet
He's
with
waiting
her.
on the roof.
Perfect. So you're waiting on the roof. It's a clear sky. It's beautiful. And, pretty much right on time, maybe a minute late, you just kind of hear the slow steps up to the top. And someone plops down next to you, leaned forward. Kind of just not saying anything.
Jong is going to reach down, and in between them is a small pile of pebbles. He's going to pick one up and hand it to her.
She takes the pebble.
And then he lays back on the against the roof, so his back is he's looking up and he's laying back, and motions for her to do the same.
She looks over and after a few seconds slowly plops onto her back.
Okay, now you're going to say something out loud that you want. It can be incredibly small or something really big. And you're going to throw that rock straight up into the air. I'll even join you. And he picks up a pebble from the pile. All right, now, Joe, I'm going to gamify this a little bit. Yeah.
Shoot.
So I need you to roll a d10, just a straight d10.
All right.
And that's going to determine how high the rock goes, from 1 to 10.
Okay. D10 incoming.
Because the stipulation here is that they're not using Shinsu or any it's
Yeah.
just
For sure. Well, that was a 2.
Off the
Okay.
roof into the fountain.
Yeah.
The cycle compete.
Victor's like, I got something. Yes. Yes. Finally. Woo.
Not even in the fountain.
Oh, man. Okay.
All right,
now,
that's a 2 from Shion.
this is gonna seem crazy. but like
Okay.
I'm not going to be rolling for Jong, and I'm
Oh.
going to explain why after this is done.
Oh, okay.
There's
I
a
trust you.
point. There's a point to this.
For sure.
Okay, so when Jong goes, he grabs the pebble and he holds it above his head, and he just flicks it, and it like a rocket goes shooting straight up into the air.
Looks like you beat me.
Oh, come on. What are the odds you miss again, huh? And by the way, you didn't say what you wanted.
Let me try again. She grabs the pebble. She hesitates for a few seconds. I want to find Shiro. Throws the rock, another 2.
Victor, you got another one.
Okay, I knew I was doing something right. Okay, here we go.
And then again, the same exact thing. Jong picks the pebble, holds it above his head, flicks it, and it goes soaring into the air.
Sorry, Jong, I don't think my,
Alright,
I guess I'm just not...
one more try. And this time, we're not done yet.
One more.
One more try. And this time, pick something different.
She thinks longer, much longer, after you say that. And she finally decides on something. I want to make it to the top of the tower. And she throws it. 6. Victor does not get this pebble. Sorry, Victor. Only two for you.
And now, once again, very similar to what happened the first 2 times, Jong picks up the pebble, but this time he holds the pebble in between his fingers for just enough time for her to, like, watch what he's doing. And just as he flicks the pebble, there's like a little, like, just the tiniest burst of, like, Shinsu that's propelling the pebble to go flying into the air. And then he looks back at her.
Cheating? Really?
Shion, when I was growing up with Sung Hoon, he wasn't exactly a fun man. But this was one of the first things he taught me. Now, you and I could lay up here all night, using all of our strength to throw these rocks into the air and hope that they get where we want them to go. And he picks a pebble up, and this time he throws it, but just with his normal strength, nothing else. And it goes a decent way. Or, with all of the skills, the knowledge, but more importantly, the conviction that we have behind us, and he picks up a pebble again. And this time the same thing. That pebble, he throws the same exact way, but this time with a little bit of his own Shinsu behind it, and sends it flying. See, on the difference between what we want and what we can get isn't something that should be left to luck. If you ask me, that deciding factor should be you. Now we're all going to go to sleep and wake up tomorrow and resume this search for Shiro. Now I'm going to be honest. You may not like what you find. If we wake up tomorrow and we find Shiro, and he's on death's door, and there is no conceivable way to save him,
she takes one of the remaining pebbles and you feel the Shinsu like channel through her arm, and she like whips it like a punch, like a bullet, like piercing through the air. And it's like you see it for a second and then it's just gone, like through, hitting the ceiling of the floor. Probably not, but we'll close it up. And then she just like puts her head into your shoulder. No, I'm not giving up.
Well, and I'm going to say to you the same thing I said to you earlier today. If you don't want to quit, and you're sure you're going to find him, the only thing you need to worry about, what you're going to say to him when you see it.
Yeah. I have a lot to say. And I'm sure he does too. I'm sure he has lots to say too. It's been a long, long time. I wonder how much he even remembers. He was even younger than me.
And the memories of yours that we saw in the train, I remember him being somewhat more logical minded, let's just say.
My dad wanted him to be a blacksmith like him. Run the business that he had started when he got older. I was always the one sneaking in there, seeing what my dad was up to with all the flames and the metal and the tools. Shiro was always in the barn, reading. He really liked learning. Even though I was bigger than he was when we were training under our master, he always picked up on the nuance better than I did. He was smart. Maybe he got out of here. Maybe he's working somewhere as some kind of scholar. I can see that.
Shion, that what I told you before.
I know. I know.
If you found out something like that was happening, would you give up on him?
No. She looks at you. I wouldn't. I've climbed how many floors? How many challenges?
99.
How many cults?
At least double that.
How many monsters?
No light on the cults and monsters.
I'm ready for anything. And even if I'm not, I have all of you.
Oh. I'd say Shiro's days are numbered then. Days of him hiding out in secrecy are dwindling by the second.
You're right. Can't wait for tomorrow. She punches her fists together.
Good.
She just continues resting her head on your shoulder as you both lie back, staring into the sky and the stars. And meanwhile, Eden, I think you're walking around, is that right? I mean, sleep is pretty uncommon for Eden, as far as I know.
Mm-hmm. She's probably like doing surveillance of the city. Probably taking in like if there's any like nameplates of businesses or anything like that, just trying to see if like, if there's any type of connections she can make, if there's any type
Uh-huh.
of like familiar names, or if she even stumbles across Shiro, you know, if
Yeah.
there's anybody out, probably not at this hour,
Right.
you know, that fits the description, she'd be keeping an eye out for. But she's probably just, she's walking and letting everybody else figure out the hotel room situation. She's
Yeah.
like, I don't want any part of that.
Yeah. You'll figure. Yeah. That makes sense. Could you give me an investigation roll as you were searching around for any random info you
boy.
stumble across? I gotta do it. I apologize in advance. I know you're rolling
No,
a
you're good.
disadvantage over here.
I am.
That one.
Nope.
Yeah.
Fancy shit.
I mean, it's night. It makes sense, you know. I mean, it's dark. You can't use your flames. It's not a great situation. The Shinsu pressure of this floor, it's still affecting you. It's just not a great situation all around. And so you do the best you can as you wander around. And I would say that whenever it is that Eden ends up deciding to head back, so you're like walking along one of the streets, and there's like a couple lampposts, you know, but there's a figure that steps out from one of the lampposts, a tall figure that kind of stops in front of your path.
She like kind of instinctively goes to like summon Shinsu, but then she's like, fuck.
Yeah.
Like, shit. Can I help you?
It's been a long time. You hear a low voice. He steps out of the shadows and into the light. Galamot walking towards you down the street. Do you remember me?
Of course I do. Endro, all that jazz. You wrote me some letter and then just never said anything. So, she's like trying to play it cool, but she's like, fuck. Like, I can't do anything against this guy. So yeah, like, why are you here? I have questions.
What have you done with the letter? And the feather? You still have it?
Yeah, it's in my inventory somewhere. Need it back? Right, the wrong girl?
You see him like looking you up and down, very intense.
She like kind of like pulls the top of her like jumpsuit a little closer together. Like, what are you doing?
You are one of the pillars of Aesir, Lord Kyrie's mortal
Oh
enemies.
God, not that. He's still around. I thought you left. I thought you took your people and, cause we like let you go.
We have spent.
You know, and Indiro. No, okay.
My companions are currently in the void, and they've been stuck
why would
there
you do
for
that?
a long time.
Ugh.
I've just
Sorry to hear
recently
that.
returned myself. I'm sure you're aware, but time flows differently in that realm. For you, it's been a few decades
Yeah,
since
it's
we
not.
last
It's
met.
not. Great.
For me, much longer. Lord Kyrie is still frozen.
Oh, you look
Sorry, I think there's like a slight delay.
Good.
Hannah, so just keep
That's
that in mind. I think there's like a very slight delay. Just so you know.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I just like if we're cutting each other off a little bit, that's probably why. Yeah. But you're good. You're good.
Okay.
Lord Kyrie is still frozen. We seek to awaken him. And he turns and he looks at you
Why?
again intensely. He is our lord.
Why would you? Why? He might be enjoying his sabbatical. You know?
He is
There's just
frozen. He does not feel or think. He is sleeping. We wish to awaken him.
Some people like to sleep. I hear that does wonders for people. I don't know what that is anymore, but
Yoshinsu. He looks at you. He almost looks taken aback, almost disgusted a bit. He's looking at you like, what happened to you?
Good question. I have no idea. It's just gone. But we make do. So you're trying to wake Kyrie up. That sounds like a fun endeavor. What do you need with me, per se? Do you want to talk with everybody? Because I can take you to everybody.
Not at the moment.
If you want,
You are the only one I wish to speak with.
Her
at this
eye
moment.
starts to. Okay, and so her as she's the more she's talking to him, her eye starts to trickle blood.
Great. Okay.
Why do you want to talk to me? I'm not
You are
interested
bleeding.
at all. Yeah, it happens.
He steps closer
by
to
the
you.
Climate. Huh.
It's your blood. When first we met,
Yeah.
I had nothing but desire to end you and your friends. The mortal enemies of Lord Kyrie. Time has passed.
And now you don't?
The void. The tower. I sense Aesir making a decision very soon. A decision that, if I am right, you may not support. Am I wrong in assuming that you are not fully on their side yet?
I don't know whose side anybody's on right now, to be perfectly honest.
Are you with Aesir or not? You are the ones meeting them tomorrow, yes?
How did you know that?
Are you on their side or not?
Look, I am being perfectly honest with you right now. You can see right through me, because you've got powers and stuff right now. I genuinely don't know. They do some good things, they do some bad things. They've been kind of quiet recently, and they showed up again. Now they need to meet with us. They don't tell us what's going on. I don't know.
It's
I don't even know what they're doing.
They are twisted, evil. What they wish to bring is catastrophic. Only Lord Kyrie can stop them.
Okay, pause. What exactly are they going to do? I know there's some ritual and some murals involved. But Kyrie didn't seem that great either when we crossed paths with him.
Did not seem great. How so?
He wanted to eat all of us?
You are his mortal enemies. What reaction did you expect from him?
A conversation? But we also
I see.
don't really have the context of why we're his mortal enemies, to be fair.
What I propose is this. Kyrie... Kyrie has been tricked, like you all, into believing things that I personally don't believe is true. After all the years I've spent searching and learning about this tower, I've found things, Ha-Eden. Your father, he says. He tilts his head. Your biological father. The feather. Where is it?
Huh? She'll pull up in her pocket. Like, pull up in the pocket's, like, little mini inventory. I think it's in here. And she'll rifle through, because she's shoved a bunch of random stuff in there over the years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This. Here.
He looks at it and he immediately confirms. It's as I thought. He turns back.
But you gave this to me, right?
I did.
I thought...
And since then, I've encountered the man. If man is even the right word. Eden.
Okay.
What I'm proposing is a potential alliance. Aesir is a more important threat than anything as they seek to purge this tower. What do you think that could entail?
Genuinely, I have no clue.
If Tirseth, he says, intentionally not saying father, if Tirseth wishes to purge the tower of its illnesses, if he succeeds in bringing all of you to the height of power that they wish and use you successfully, even I don't know the details, but I know one thing. Tirseth will have the power to end those he deems unfit, those he deems are poisoning his world. We cannot let that happen. Think on this.
Let me be level with you.
Go ahead, sorry.
I will think on this, but let me just level with you. Kyrie isn't going to do anything better. He wants our power for himself. Right? So he can do what Tirseth is going to do himself.
My lord can be reasoned with. I know it. He
Can
says
he?
it even though like he's hardly interacted with him at all. From Endero lore. And so he's very like, he kind of catches himself to be like, he certainly can be reasoned with. If Flux Volk, is that the name of it? If Flux Volk were present,
Supposedly.
especially, I believe he could be reasoned with. I believe Aesir has twisted the truth in my lord's mind to make you the enemies instead of the one who created this entire mess in the first place. Think on this. If you would like to learn more about your father, we will talk soon. He then gives you another look up and down. I was going to give you something, however. You're clearly in no state.
Thanks, I guess.
All the more reason to seek him out before it's too late.
Seek who out? Kyrie?
The man to whom that feather belongs to.
My biological father who's wanted nothing to do with me my entire life?
I cannot speak to his
How do
intentions.
you even know him?
I sought him out after learning of his existence. truths I shouldn't have been made aware of. But when I saw
What
him,
truths?
his existence, your existence, it shouldn't be possible, and yet, here you are. Tell me, this isn't the first time you've been like this in your life, is it?
I spent most of my life like this. Shinsu's very new. In the grand scheme of things.
I believe there is at least one good reason for that. I could tell you more after you think on my offer. We'll meet again soon, Eden.
Well, as long as you don't kill me. Sounds like a plan, I guess. Not much I could do to stop you if you wanted to. She like wipes her other eye again.
You have much more value to me alive.
All right. Well, too bad I'm not quite curious palate. Last time I offered myself, I wasn't interested. But, you know, hey. Taste change.
We'll talk soon. And he wanders back into the shadows.
She like lets out a real shaky breath. I'm like, oh God. She'll go back to the hotel. And she's going to go find Ace. Poke. She's awake.
I think it would make the most sense if like Eden was on her way back. That
Okay.
like you run into she's so tall, dang. You run into
Mommy
Ace
Ace is
like,
big,
you know, like,
okay?
drying
She's
off.
huge.
Yeah, like tall. You know, like she's like drying off and like kind of like sneaking back into the hotel and like stops seeing Eden and is like kind of like, you know, Victor can do his own thing or whatever, but she's like, oh, like she was surprised that Eden would be out feeling how she's feeling.
I think Victor would also be like, hey, everything good? Look at him back there.
That's ominous as fuck.
We've been here before, man.
So, there might be a little hitch in what's going on.
Is he bothering you? I can send him away.
Me?
No,
Me?
no.
I can go. Like, is this like a girl talk thing?
No, just Galamat showed up
Huh?
randomly on
I'm
this
sorry?
floor, out of the shadows. Yeah. He didn't
Like,
try to
towards
kill me
you?
this time.
Where is he?
Yes. Gone.
Shadow like slow-mo walk towards you?
Did you fight him?
Yeah.
You're.
With what?
I don't know.
Honestly,
You're bleeding.
He just kind of like popped out of an alley in the shadows, and he's like, Eden. You know, like it was a Ace. No.
I'm curious here.
Right.
Let's stay,
try to
stay
kill
on
you.
track.
You
Like,
don't just slow plan walk your way into this situation. Those alleys are. This is a small town. That man had to be like waiting in the shower, like for the shadows for like hours, planning this moment of you coming in and him being there and then walking out in the light. And he didn't kill you. And he said, Eden, I'm sorry. I want the tea. What the heck?
I'm going to tell you because
Okay.
it was weird.
Yeah.
It was very odd, and
Mhm.
I don't know how to feel about any of this stuff because he brought up my bio dad, and then he's like, you gotta side with Kyrie, and there's like this big thing coming, and he wants to meet with us again soon, and I'm confused.
But he only talked to you, and you don't have that like I want to kill him anger in your eyes like before. So stuff has changed. We're not attacking him.
I never wanted to kill him in the first place. Because he has information, but I also couldn't if I wanted to. So, I'm just confused of... Aesir wants us here. He shows up and is, saying like, oh, we can't let Tierseth do the thing with us. And we gotta work with Kyrie, is kind of what he's pitching. But then he brought up my biological dad, and somehow he knows him now, and this feather is from him. I am so confused. This feather.
So the feather that Galamont gave you belongs to your bio dad, who he knows, and he sought you out. There's like a weird...
Is your dad a bird?
Victor, now why would you say that?
Do I look like a bird to you?
That's what I'm wanting.
She's an angel, Victor, an angel. If anything, he's a demon.
Okay.
I'm a bird. Okay, I'm a bird. So, oh my god, if it's that stupid bird at Caustica, I will kill Nefta myself. Because...
Bird? What
he
bird?
Seemed like a silly little guy, but he also doesn't seem like your dad.
Oh right, you weren't there. There was a ranker at Mount Caustica. His name was Lazarus. He was like an orange bird, and he was like the ranker that oversaw the area because apparently I was conceived at Mount Caustica, and my mother did some Faustian bargain with shadow demons. It's weird.
That's weird.
I thought I filled
Maybe
you in
he's
on
an
that,
uncle.
but I might not have.
That's really weird.
I know. So now I'm part bird, according to you.
I like to meet
Or
Lazarus.
something.
Hey,
I don't
Victor
know.
loves eggs.
If you
Ace? Lyria Rain. I will use your full government. Did you just...
You know what? You guys can talk about
I gotta
this
know.
tonight.
No, I am too scarred from all of this now.
Yeah.
That I'm going to imbibe until I pass out because I don't know how to handle this. And
Just
one glass of Rancor alcohol will put me under for like a couple days. So that sounds like a plan right now.
okay.
I'm
sure?
I think that might kill me
What do you
if I
mean?
drank that. So I'm gonna.
No,
do
not
something
you. I'm
lighter.
drinking it.
No, I know, but I can join you, but do something lighter.
You want to come drinking with me?
Yeah. Well, you just had a very traumatizing experience, and what if Galamont comes back? You said yourself you wouldn't be able to fend him off even if you wanted to. So, someone's gotta stick
Neither
around.
could you. We got lucky
Whoa!
in Endero.
Whoa! Excuse me? We're about to be A-rank regulars over here. Damn.
My exit tip, please. So, can you guys cope together, or do you need me?
I just need alcohol and cigarettes, I think, at this point.
Go run back to your husband, Ace.
Oh, okay, Victor.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I was.
Enjoy this. How about you get back in the kitchen, okay?
I didn't say
Let's
that.
play that game.
I did not say that. Damn.
Maybe
You know
maybe
what?
I should go
will
drink
get
with
back to my
Galamont.
husband. Enjoy sharing a hotel with us.
Thanks, Ace.
That's
it was
a good
fun.
point. I'm gonna stay in the lobby tonight. That sounds like a plan. You know. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's kind of insane that happened.
Oh, my eyes. Yeah, my eyes are still leaking.
Oh God. You need a tissue?
That's fine.
Here you go.
No.
Okay.
I look pretty bad. Anyway, I don't.
It's
I'm
fine.
confusion at this
Yeah.
point. I don't.
I think you're right.
Ugh.
Some alcohol could do you good. Which I don't normally say that, but I think in this case you could use some. And
That's an odd endorsement from you.
yeah, at this point I feel like you deserve some because that was traumatizing.
I'm so confused.
It does feel strange. Like, what kind of connection would he have to whoever this guy is with the feather? I don't know.
I don't know. He said it was technically not possible for me to even be here?
Like to exist?
That's kind of the vibe I got.
Who
Which
is
is
this
odd.
dude?
I don't know.
Okay. Well,
I'm
hey,
so
thinking about
I'm
it isn't
part
gonna
bird.
help. You're not part bird. That was a joke. You're not
Apparently,
part
you
bird.
said I was a bird.
No, he's probably an
said I was a
angel.
bird.
He's probably an angel, like Ace said, or a demon, which is equally cool. You could join. You know, we're chilling. We're fine.
Is it? Oh.
I mean, look at Leaf. Leaf's got demon powers. I mean, join the club. You know.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
It's probably not. Listen, I'll get you some alcohol. You can get your mind off this. And
Oh
whenever
no, I've
you...
got some.
Oh, okay. My bad. Well, I'm just gonna drink something lighter.
She like pulls up. That's mainly what's in her pocket inventory. Is
Just liquor. Damn. All right. It's a good use of space.
it's liquor and cigarettes is mainly in her pocket inventory.
Okay.
That's fine.
Well, you
That's-
enjoy that.
um,
You enjoy that.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Plus-
gotta process
Yeah, you process that.
all of this.
We'll go back once you pass out. And by the way, and like as Eden starts drinking, I assume, gets a little drunk.
Oh, she's like
Yeah.
she's throwing shots back. She's
Okay,
drinking
okay,
more
okay.
than she's probably intending.
Before
She's like,
she
the
like
more
passes,
she's
yeah,
like,
okay.
yeah,
Before
she's not
you-
gonna pass out, but she's
Okay,
gonna get
okay.
pretty tipsy.
Somewhere in the middle of there, whatever conversations you guys have, he's gonna be like, "You want to see something cool? Look at these two little pebbles I got. I fished them out of that fountain. Check this out. Aren't these cool?" He's like, "Yeah, look at these."
Am I the drunk one or are you the drunk one?
He's
at
like,
this point?
he like waited until you got a little
Are you
tipsy.
a penguin?
Huh?
Are you a penguin?
Now who's the bird? Okay, we're just all birds now.
Well, penguins give like rocks and stuff to each other or something. I heard.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Above table, I didn't know. That's cool.
Thanks.
That's cool.
Yes.
It's
Okay.
called pebbling.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm a penguin. Have
See,
a
Ace
rock.
knows. She's upstairs.
Yeah,
Why?
it's called pebbling. There you
She's
go.
like
Just-
leaning
why do
down out the window, like
yeah. Yeah.
Why are you proud of Pebbles? You can get him out of the street.
Because I worked for these bad boys.
Did you?
Oh yeah, I did. Oh,
You're
yeah.
also soggy.
Whoa. A little rude, but okay. All right, it's fine. I don't like
You
being called
are. You're
soggy.
dripping on the floor.
I didn't go diving. I just got splashed a little bit from all the moss I was fishing, all the rocks I was fishing out of the fountain.
Why were you fishing in a fountain?
Ask Ace. Well, the fishing part was me, but ask Ace.
What were you guys doing tonight?
I feel like he would just do his best to try to explain the weird suggestion that he went along with. He was innocent. As Eden keeps kicking
That
back
is a
alcohol.
weird way to spend your 10 minutes today. That's just
it's
a
an
weird.
Oracle
I'm.
initiate.
And you didn't take the money. I guess Brack's finally paying you, huh?
It's chump change.
Well, you've also got Edouan money. I don't want to hear it. Shut your mouth.
Not anymore. Anyway, keep kicking it back. Woo!
I will.
Hell yeah! How late does she stay up drinking?
I'll say Ace will
Probably-
wait for her to
Ah,
be to be done.
Yeah.
watch out for her
She'd
friend.
probably finish up whatever was in that bottle left.
Okay.
Probably not a good idea, but she did it anyway.
Yeah, she's hammered. She's for sure hammered, but it's justifiable.
Oh, yeah.
Very
she's,
good.
She's just kind of like laying on a couch in the lobby.
Okay.
Just like, mm-hmm.
Damn. Well, everyone ends up making their way back in one shape, form, or another, some level of intoxication or another. Yeah. Does Eden sleep?
Does Ace come and get her?
Yeah. I think Ace will go after some time has passed.
Yeah.
And go and like go just like scoop her up. Like
Yeah.
Okay.
She's
Out
pretty
of the-
inebriated, so if she goes back to the room, she'd probably fall asleep in some capacity.
Good. We take those.
Not the healthiest, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
What Ace will likely do after talking with Hugo, she'll take she'll take Eden to like the room that Ace and Hugo had, kick herself and Hugo out, and give Eden the bed
Aw,
so that
let's go.
she can sleep,
That's sweet.
and they'll situate themselves. Yeah.
Very good.
And Ace will stand guard by her door.
Princess,
Like,
carried
Ace
by
will
my
post up.
princess.
Ace will post up outside of Eden's door, kind of like spear to her back, leaning against the
Nice.
door, and will stand guard there or sleep
Yeah.
guard there. Yeah.
Beautiful. Sounds good. Everyone ends up falling asleep to one degree or another, and cock-a-doodle-doo, the sun rises on this fair town. And again, there's a couple priorities here before we kind of check in. But what I will say, somewhat above table and somewhat in-game as I play a little song here, is that I think overall, Aesir, oh, whoa. My cat activated the standing desk. I've never seen that happen. He
You
jumped up and
raised
hit the
me
button.
up
That was
so I
wild.
can stand on
Yeah,
mountains.
that was crazy. He's learning.
He said, "Rise, brother, rise."
That freaked me out. Oh my god. Anyway, I think to some degree or another, like some people, like Shion, will especially like, there's obviously some kind of a like, hey, Aesir is nearby, like. It'd be a good idea to swing by, at least the player characters who are the most connected to Aesir, just to see what's going on there. Shion, I think, will suggest remaining behind, at least for this first initial visit, to investigate a little bit more into what's going on here, into the town a little bit, kind of staying a little bit undercover. There will be opportunities to return, of course, and to assist with that side of things as well, but there's a bit of like a, an impression that maybe you guys could go and whoever else would tag along, but probably mostly the player characters would go tag along with Aesir. Now, is there any thoughts on that, on the exact plan? Like, would it happen right away? Would you like want to not do it that way? That's just kind of what I had in my head as an idea to also kind of somewhat split the NPCs a little bit as well.
That works for me.
Okay, yeah. Everyone cool with that idea? Okay, sweet.
A second.
Excellent. So let's say that for this initial visit then, essentially, keeping it simple, we have the recall NPC, the recall player characters. You four would be the ones that would head off to see what's going on with this Aesir thing before kind of, I'm sure, making your way back. All right. Do you want to do anything before you head off to go see what's going on with Aesir? I'll give you one chance before heading off. All right.
I think
Let's do-
Ace
oh.
would probably. Am I on that bad of a delay?
Yeah, it's pretty big actually. Yeah.
I wonder if I should restart
Sounds
my
normal
Discord.
to me, but I could also be delayed. So
It's definitely like 5 seconds. It's not too big a deal, but it's definitely a delay. I don't know why. Yeah, it's up to you. You can I don't know. It's whatever you want to do.
I'll just say this real quick.
Okay.
Ace would hear Eden like wake up, but like very clearly from like a nightmare, regardless. And
poker
she'd
with her.
probably tell her, huh?
So poker's probably in the room with her.
Well, Poker would be very startled, but
Nice, probably used to it.
just to show that that's still.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Okay.
You're good.
No,
You're good.
I was just gonna say that. I'm gonna restart my
Okay.
Discord.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Totally up to you. I was just letting Hannah know about our general pacing,
having
if she
a
wanted to
nightmare.
restart or not. Okay, Very good. So Shion says her goodbyes, and Zhang, you can, she's in good hands. Victor and Hugo and Leaf are all there for Shion, so you know that everything's gonna be just fine.
Yeah, and you trust Hugo and Leaf.
Okay, great.
I think he would just say like, good luck, and if there's anything
Yeah,
if anything comes up,
Yeah.
give him a call.
for sure. And she would absolutely, thinking of last night especially, you can tell that it's not like, oh yeah, I will, but she does. Like, she absolutely will. Like, the second they learn something, they will keep you especially, informed. Hugo would give Ace a standard, don't get yourself into trouble, stay safe. He would express a little more concern, though, because, like, Ace is, like, technically a member of Aesir, like, actually, like, not even like, oh, you're a pillar that we, like, actually a pawn, technically, kind of, and he's a little wary of that.
Yeah, he would know that, and he would sense too that, like, she's definitely a little on edge, not incredibly so, but just there's a slight tenseness to her as she has that, like, look in her eye of, like, she wants to grab her mask, but she's not going to. She's different now, but, like, she doesn't know how that's going to turn out. So I think she does give him, like, a little tighter of a hug before departure.
Yeah. Sounds good. He would hug tightly back. Is Poker tagging along with you?
I think she would leave him behind
Okay.
in a lighthouse or something, because she doesn't want Aesir to have any hooks in her.
Okay. Very, very, very straightforward. Makes sense. Very good. Alrighty. Brack and Ace and Eden and Zhang and Wu in the gourd. You all make your way making your way to the location that Aesir mentioned. They said it was nearby. It's like a couple hours. Like, it's not next door, but with you being regulars, I mean, Brack, you have, a number of transportation abilities. 2 hours is somewhat nearby. It's not, it's like, stop, skipping a jump, it's not bad. Come on now.
2 hours is like a cross state for some states. Like,
That's like a trick, bro.
Well, listen, it's
man.
that's not bad. That's not bad. Some people commute.
From Maryland to Virginia. Like, what are you talking?
Some people commute that distance. It's not bad. But yes, so traveling through this area, again, it's a little more arid, like the area you're traveling through. It's not like pure desert, like the 74th floor or Artlam, but it's like rocky, it's like plains that are it's very dry, almost like a savanna maybe, with the mountains looming around you. And a couple hours pass by, and the location, the little pin, the coordinates that were sent to you, Ace being the light bearer, you start. Obviously, you're close. You're a few minutes away, and you realize that the location that they are leading you towards is a cave. A neat little cave, very perfectly circular, half circle in shape, into one of the nearby mountains. And you see someone standing guard outside the cave, looking around. And you can tell, based on your search, you would have worked with this person extremely rarely. This is a knight of Aesir named Leonida. The team met this night at the train city. I believe that was the only interaction, maybe one more, that they've had with Leonida. But she's wearing, if people don't remember, kind of like just a motorcyclist's gear, like the jacket, the motorcycle helmet, and she's got her baseball bat like whacking onto her shoulder. And you see her off in the distance, guarding the mouth of this cave. What does Team Recall do?
We vibe with Leonida. Leonida's cool.
She's pretty cool.
Y'all ready?
Get this shit over with.
Okay. You approach the mouth of the cave. Oh, go ahead, Breck.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, there wasn't anything else? Okay. I feel like I might be the one delayed. I feel like everyone's a little bit delayed with me, so I don't know. It might be on my end, but we're gonna roll with it. Cool. So you all roll up to the mouth of the cave. Leonida is there, and she turns and watches you all approach from underneath her helmet, and just kind of, gives you all a look. They're inside, she says, kind of motioning her head back, and you can hear the chewing of the gum from inside of her helmet. But before you could even enter the cave, everyone! Percy runs out to greet everybody. Oh, you made it! You came! You could tell that, like, it was, in his mind, like 50-50 if you guys would even come. Probably even less in his mind. You actually came! Oh, thank you so much!
Tom just looks at everyone else like, y'all gonna be nicer than me, so I'm gonna let y'all do the greeting.
What's going on, Perk?
It's things are okay. Things are okay. We're excited to have you here. By the way, Jong and everyone, I see Shion isn't here. I really want to help her find her brother. I
bet you do.
Oh, I'm glad you think so. Yeah, I definitely do. And I'm really, really going to do my best to help. We just thought it would be important to at least have this initial meeting, and then we can make decisions from there. Gabriel and the others are inside. Dalera, Gabriel, they're inside with Al. And of course, and then from the shadows, walking out of the cave. Took you long enough. Fluxfolk walks out of the shadows. What? Not even a hi? She's like frowning. She's not smiling. She's in a bit of a sour mood, like the last time you saw her.
I mean, you can
Actually,
always send
message me
Zygus.
if you knew they were here. Yeah.
Zygus isn't here. He's off doing other things. Probably meaningless, like always. Well, anyway, yeah, so follow us. We will take you to the location where Al is located, and Gabriel can explain the rest. You all remember Gabriel, right? Very pretty man. Follow me. Leads the way into the cave.
That was a description, Percy.
Very pretty man. What?
Nope, we're not unpacking that. Nope,
You
nope,
picked
just get in the
that
cave. We're not
description.
unpacking
What?
that.
Is it?
We're not unpacking
I don't
that.
know. He's got white hair.
Gabriel.
Antlers. There you go.
So do you.
I do not have antlers. Okay, I'm kidding. I know. The
You
delay.
have white
The delay
hair,
made that
though.
funny. It's actually silver.
I'm gonna stop talking then.
It's actually silver, but okay. No, you can keep talking at us.
Oh
It's
no,
just
he's
funny.
a cow.
Okay, let's not. Cal Silver is
God,
very
dude.
funny. Very
All right,
funny.
Let's get on to it. Let's get on to it.
And the team follows them into the cave. And they have their pockets out. You all have your flashlights. They're leading you further and further into the cave. And it's like classic Aesir. Like, they're kind of quiet. They're not really saying exactly what's going on yet, but you hear them talking a little bit as you go through the cave. There's a moment where Fluxvolk is going to turn to look at you, Ace. Tattooed it, huh?
I mean, what else was I supposed to do with it?
It's a very precious gift from Father. I don't know. Maybe something less gaudy.
Yeah, don't talk to me about gaudy, Fluxfolk. But listen, it's effective, and that's what Father wanted. It needed to be effective, so I made it effective. And it served the team well.
As long as you're not taking it for granted.
As I live and breathe, it's literally in my blood.
Fine. And you, Eden, you don't look so good. Sure you're up for this? Oh, Fluxvolk, I mean, they're doing us a favor here. We shouldn't really be...
I just think she's jealous she didn't get sparkles from Daddy. It might not fit into your goth aesthetic, but I think Ace did pretty good with it, even though I'm very morally against tattoos. She did a good job.
Dude, fine. I do... Just, okay. Percy, is this really necessary? All of this effort for Al? Is this really, truly necessary? Yeah, of course it is. I mean, they're gonna help us, and then things are gonna be a little bit better, and it's gonna be great, and we're gonna help Shion find her brother, and we're all gonna be happy. We're almost there, guys. Oh, and then Percy stops and looks at Jong. By the way, Shan Yu is on the way. So, I don't know if, I think you guys, if you're not, or maybe not, she's on her way, alongside Iorka. So, Wu's in the gourd, I assume. It'd be good for you guys to meet the two of them when they arrive. Just so you're aware. They're on their way. Is that cool?
Send whatever salesman you gotta send our way, kid.
They're actually not salesmen, they're bishops. Shan Yu is the one that's assigned to you, actually. Okay.
That's great. Keep walking.
Okay.
Sorry, Percy. They're a bit testy.
It's my fault. I always say the wrong thing.
No, you don't. Does he have one of his notebooks there?
Yeah, it's under his arm,
Like
you know,
open, or is
classic.
he- Yeah. She like gives it a tap. We have to compare notes again sometime. I might have some updated stuff for you.
Oh, yeah, that'd be awesome. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually, the cave starts to get some natural light. You start to realize that the cave isn't leading you into, like, you know, deeper into the ground or into a place that's even darker than where you are now. It's getting lighter and lighter and lighter. You're actually being led into what appears to be a clearing. The cave is kind of escaping into a little area. Think like, I just watched this with my niece recently, like Tangled, you know? It's like a cave, but it eventually leads to like an opening in the mountain where there's sunlight kind of pouring in, you know? And it's like a little hidden little area in this mountain here. And you see a few individuals.
7 a.m. the usual morning lineup.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes. So there's not a tower, unfortunately. You're all in the tower already. Insert tower joke here. But you do see some individuals up ahead. And it's very peaceful, very, very serene. Flowers everywhere. Fluxvolk hangs back. As soon as Percy and Fluxvolk escort you to this location, she just kind of like stays within the darkness of the cave, leaning up against the wall. But Percy leads you further into the clearing, and you see Gabriel there. You haven't seen Gabriel in quite a long time. In fact, such a long time, I don't even have his art in my OBS, so that's kind of crazy. Hey, Gabriel, where have you been, buddy?
My gosh.
Good God, it's been a while. We've had some developments with Gabriel off screen, but now let me find him here. But yeah, there he is, Gabriel. There he is. Gabriel von Sycamore is there. He is a Knight of Aesir, although there are rumors that with the Kraken's disappearance, the former bishop of Aesir, that he may be the one to take the Kraken's place someday as the bishop of Aesir. He is there with a couple of other individuals. You see a very hulking Knight of Aesir. Ace, you've only heard of this knight. You've never met her. But you know her to be a healer of the organization and a personal student of Tirseth's, who is known as the greatest, perhaps the greatest healer in the tower. And she's a student of his, and she is massive. She is twice the size of Brack in terms of height, and she's a very unique individual, and you see her crouched before someone else. I actually have art for her here. Dal Era, as Percy would have mentioned before.
What's old buddy name of Jahad Army? I can't remember him right now.
I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
that's what I was
Just
thinking of
like
too.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Calivan's
I was
people.
thinking villain from the
Yeah.
Power Rangers.
I mean, she
Well,
kind of
that
looked like
too.
dang, I can't remember her name either. But kind of looked like her too. The lady, Power Rangers, her, yeah, looked like her.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I was thinking. It's all coming together. It's all coming together.
Yeah.
For sure. She's there, and she has these little, like, mechanical objects that are kind of floating around the person that is resting on the ground, and they're kind of glowing. And Percy whispers to everybody else, "That's Dal Era. She's the one who's been taking care of Al ever since she fully went unconscious. But yeah, everyone?" And Dal Era will look up, won't say anything, but she'll just smile at everyone as she continues her healing work with the person who is on the ground. And Galamite, you had your scene. Get the frick out of here. Gabriel, there he is. Walks forward. "I know this could not have been an easy decision. Thank you all for coming. I'm sure you have lots of questions. Not least of all, why you should even be doing this. There are a few things we can certainly talk about, but this is a person that we are trying to awaken. They have been sleeping for many, many years, and we wish for her to awaken. Brack," he turns to you. "I do not know how much you know about your dream abilities, but I'm sure you've experienced them many times during your climb. Our hope is that you may use these abilities to assist with Al. Her memories are..." Go ahead.
No, finish.
He was just going to say, her memories are hazy. They've been affected by a condition that she received many years ago from an attack that she had taken.
I see. And what would you say if I said no?
Then you may be on your way, but I do have a few things I'd like to say before you left.
Go ahead, little dear.
We're working with the delay, guys. Thank you. Appreciate your patience. Namely, all of you, whether you realize it or not, are very close to achieving your full potential. You are already far past the A rank that you will be achieving very shortly. However, it is impossible for you to achieve that full potential without the assistance of the bishops that have been assigned to you. These bishops were particularly chosen because of their affinities to your special traits and skill sets. You've already met Dante and Cecil and Sol, but the other two will be arriving here shortly. They will be able to bring out your full potential, and by the time you leave this floor, you will have already become stronger than rankers. I all but guarantee it. The rest of your climb should be nothing, and you'll be able to reach the top of the tower in no time at all. The second thing we'd like to offer is our assistance in finding the missing individual. The missing individual that your friend is chasing. We think we may know something regarding it, but as you can imagine, we hope we could perhaps do some sort of exchange. Perhaps we help you look for this individual while you help us restore Al's memories. Of course, I can't guarantee how strong you will become, but your climb will certainly become much easier if you agree to this. What say you?
I sent you a message, Joe.
Did you? I don't see it.
Oh, did I not send it to you? I sent it to the wrong person.
Oh, okay. I thought I made a mistake.
My bad.
You're good. You're good.
No.
When he starts talking about the
My friend
pillars,
even
Ace
told
will
me. He said wrong
step
chat.
back.
That works, Milios, but what were you saying, Ruka?
Oh, just that when he starts addressing the pillars
Yeah.
in particular, Ace like takes a step back.
Ah. He would motion for a moment. You, Lyria Rain, although you are not a pillar, you have been gifted a precious item from fathers. What I say applies to you as well.
I will assume it is a continuation of what I'm already doing, correct?
Indeed, it is essentially bringing your full potential. You are a master of colors, of manipulating your own emotions to bring forth unique brands of Shinsu. We have a bishop who would be able to bring out more of that potential in you.
I am shocked by the investment, but grateful all the same. You can tell she's like being strategic about what she's saying, but
Yeah.
we'll nod nonetheless.
And then Brack, you wanted to show off a little bit, if I'm led to believe that's correct.
I rolled low though.
A 9?
Yeah, I rolled low.
Rolled a 9.
Yeah.
So it's up to you
Now,
how you
unless
want
you want to be generous real quick, you know.
I mean, you can
wanna
show
give me
off. It just might.
advantage.
You can show off. Sure, roll again. That's fine. I don't care.
Man.
You can roll again. That's fine.
Just a little something.
Let's give it a little advantage
something.
here. We gotta give you bonuses on this because you're. Oh God.
Okay, God.
So okay, that's a 4.
Okay, never mind.
I would say that like you can still show off. It just might not be as impressive as if it was higher.
Nah.
Okay. So let's say that like
defeats the purpose.
you start to channel it, but then you kind of realize you're not in the right. It's not the right setting. It's kind of the right environment. You're still sleepy, whatever the case may be. But
Yeah.
But
Brack
yeah.
reads the room and he goes, "Nah, this ain't gonna be it."
yeah.
Yeah.
But so then Gabriel, he continues to say,
This ain't it, Chief.
he continues to say then to everyone, so what say you then? Are you willing to give us this chance as we give you as much as we are able?
Much as we are able. That's always the story with you guys, isn't it? You can only say this, you can only do that. You demand more from us. Then when we need you, you know where to be found.
If
And now, you want us to put ourselves in danger, and we have a teammate who we'd much rather be helping. For somebody we don't know, and hell, for somebody who may very well draw their weapon against us one day. Does that sound right? Do I have that situation read?
you are in fact incorrect about much of what you said. However, you are justified in your fears, and let me put it to you this way. We will, quite honestly, once you have reached the pinnacle of your fate abilities, we will not have much to do with you all anymore if you do not desire it. This is really all that we wish to see, if we are able to completely let the flower bloom. I know that each of you have your own goals, and I promise you that when the bishops arrive, they would be more than happy to assist you in this. whatever your desire is, they will wish to help you on floor 99.
Well, Gabriel, was it? I still think you're full of shit. I think this whole group here is full of shit. But I'm not adverse to playing a good game when one's presented to me. Right? Nothing in this world is free, right? Our friend is missing her brother, who she's been looking for, trying to help for the past 100 years. But you want to leave it up to stakes. Fine. Play your game. Give us what we want, we give you what you want. But just so we're clear, that's the game. We are not friends. I have no vested interest in helping you, your wannabe tyrant of a father, or anybody else in this cult. I'm here for Shion.
I understand.
That's it.
And I truly cannot blame you. We have our flaws, like anyone, and you may view this exchange however you deem necessary. How about I introduce all of you to our dear companion? And he kind of steps back to show a better view of the lady on the ground here. And you all kind of, the four of you, Wu and the Gourd, all kind of step up and get a better look here as Dal Era's tools kind of encircle Al's body. And let me just play some music here. Something like this. Yeah, something like this. That's not good. That's not good either. I didn't really have a good song for this part. Give me just a sec to find it. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves for just a moment here while I prepare this moment. Oh. That's good.
Later.
I found it. But go ahead. Go ahead. It's fine. It's all good.
God damn.
I'm sorry. I thought it would take so much longer. But I want to see the scene. Go for
He
it.
said, feel free to talk some monkeys. Shut up.
Go for it.
You buying what they're putting down?
Well, I buy that they definitely want something from us, but I don't buy that them helping us will be the last time they ever see us, or that they'll let us cut ties with them. If that were true, we wouldn't be talking to them right now. But I do buy that, like it or not, they might be able to get in touch with Jahad's army faster than we can.
So are you for or against this?
I have to put my name in a camp. Begrudgingly for.
All right. Pink Demon?
Hiya.
Yoo-hoo.
Yes.
Do you think we should do this?
I'm contractually obligated to say yes.
Oh my god.
No, you're not. Screw them.
I think we could use them in this instance.
Okay. And then Brack shuffles over to Red Leader. Red Leader.
Yeah?
What about you? I know you don't really like them that much. But if you say strike,
I think I'm
you
probably
strike
the
it.
most favorable one here, but
What? But what about what they did to the Pink Demon?
Oof.
that's
And
a good
leave.
point. Which leaf?
They helped save
And you can't
Leaf.
forget about
They helped save her. They rescued her from the void. That's...
After they sick their I'm not gonna say it, but after they sick their demon on us unintentionally, she ended up in the void.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true. Well, if they hold
And
to
what
their
about what they
word and
did
if
to
they
Little
give
Young?
us- Well, they said they'd leave us alone once we achieve this, right?
All right. If you for it, I'm
know.
for it.
I can't do anything right now, so I don't know what it's even gonna help me with, but it helps you guys, then
Oh, pish posh.
don't
You'll be
see-
fine.
we can look at it at the silver linings, right? We don't have to deal with Flux ever again.
That
Sounds like a bargain.
You know, we don't have to deal with her being pouty all the time.
I
And
don't
she doesn't.
endorse this message.
She's not gonna creepily she's gonna creepily walk up behind you and be like, "Your father's favorite," you know how she always does with you, in particular.
Brack wave walks over to Gabriel, shakes his hand and said, "We're in."
He was like about to introduce the you excellent. We're happy to have you on board then. And Percy is like yes in the background. Well then, I suppose it's important to know who you will be delving into the mind of. This is a friend of ours. Her name.
I don't like the way he said that.
This is a friend of ours. Her name is Al. And he motions. And Dal'Era kind of moves aside her whole, the hulking figure of Dal'Era to kind of showcase the individual lying there on the ground. I had a cool little thing to fade in the image, but okay, OBS, I guess you're gonna freaking do this to me. And you see Al lying on the ground, a beautiful young woman. And again, she appears to be sleeping, is the best way that is kind of, I think, descriptive of her current state. And Gabriel looks to you, Brack. This is who we shall be trying to save.
All we got to do is wake her up from her dream, right?
Exactly.
All right. Final girl, get ready to meet Freddy Krueger.
Oh no.
Hannah, you're unmuted. Was there something you wished to say?
Does Eden fully see her now?
Yes.
Oh boy. Okay. So, I think Percy and Gabriel would probably catch it first. But there's a dark swirl that goes up Eden's body, and you see her eyes flash red for a second, and then they turn completely black. And she lets out a feral roar and lunges at this person on the ground.
Catch waste, catch waste, catch waste.
So, does anyone from Recall do anything when Eden does this, or do you just let her do her thing?
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
Ace is gonna grab her.
Is she going? She's going to attack this girl? Is that what?
Yep.
I'm to understand. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'll just help. I'll go with Ace to restrain her.
Okay.
Lighthouse barrier around the
Okay.
body. Grab her.
What's happening?
Okay. Sounds
And
good.
There's again, there's ichor pouring from her eyes, and because you two are in the closest proximity, can I have you guys roll Arcana with advantage?
Ooh.
Can you have me roll my favorite style with advantage? Of course you can. Why would you
At
ever have
advantage?
such a silly question?
At advantage.
Dang. Dirty 20.
Ooh, beautiful. Yeah, let me load the chat here. There it is.
Okay,
Damn!
Oh,
223s?
Oh.
Shit.
Even, bro. Even, bro. Even.
He's got to show up every one of the Arcana.
when you go to grab her, both of y'all Shinsu reacts unlike you've experienced in the climb so far. It's a weird, like, it makes like when your stomach drops, like when you're over a ledge, right? But with that comes a searing, like, hatred. Like, you even feel like your emotions are starting to slip. That feels very odd and very forced. Like, you feel like you're starting to lose control of your own emotions as you, like, hold on to her. And Eden is, like, she's not there. It's black eyes. She is feral. She is still trying to claw and get at this person. And Jong. So, Jong and Brack roll perception with advantage.
Get those rolls in, baby. Jong and Brack. I can just kick back and watch.
Ace is fighting against that 100%.
What are Gabriel and Percy doing?
So, Percy is like freaking out, like, you know, and Gabriel is remaining calm and like letting your allies hold you back.
Interesting.
When you said, like the rage and stuff that they feel, one, Ace is making sure to hold her down with King, so it's detached from her actual body, because it's non-organic. But you do see, as you said, like rage, like the red does creep up, but she keeps fighting it down. Ace has got insane control, so it's creeping, but she's managing to keep it down as she's holding.
All right, and the boys rolled well. The way Eden is like screaming at this person, I'm not gonna do it because I'm on delay and I don't want to kill people's ears, but she's basically screaming, "I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you." And the way she's yelling it, Brack and Zhong, you recognize this as Nefta's voice almost. It's a weird overlay between like Eden's own voice, but also you remember from the mirror train how Nefta sounded and how awful she was in the different flashbacks and everything. And this is Nefta's voice, overpowering Eden at this point. There you go.
Can Brack go for the knockout?
So what I was just gonna say what I was just gonna say is is she beyond being can she be woken up out of this like state, or do we just have to knock her out?
With your Arcana and Perception and kind of like realizing potentially, like, you're starting to piece together like the situation. There is a way to like knock her out of this state. But it would probably. Well, this has never happened to her before, so that I don't think even Eden knows.
Okay.
But y'all three are some of the most Arcana tuned. And Jong especially, you know that Wu has a seal on him. So that's kind of the vibe it's giving you.
So we have to tighten the seal?
Is this suppression? I mean, is this Shinsu? It's not Shinsu, is it?
It's
because Ace has the cuffs.
It's a
spell. It's a spell.
Yeah, it's
a spell. So I don't know if anybody else wants to step in or try anything, but that's what's going on.
All right. Well, let's say I were to do something like conductive flow, just to keep her paralyzed long enough for someone else to tighten the seal. Like, is that? I mean, that's the seal being loose is what's causing this, right? This outburst. Is that
Since you
correct?
rolled high on both rolls, Jong specifically realizes that the seal is opening a channel to something, and that's what's causing it.
okay? So we need to cut off that. We need to close that channel.
It needs to be interrupted in some fashion.
Okay. I mean, that is basically like so. Jong's technique, conductive flow, basically does do it disrupts the entire flow of Shinsu in the body.
Mm-hmm.
So that could theoretically work.
That's the one to use.
Well,
I
alright
thought
then.
I heard something,
So
but
Just
okay.
so we don't beat around the bush anymore.
Yeah.
I
All
wanted
right.
to act this out, but it's unfortunately, internet's being bad.
Okay. I mean, do you want me to? Do I have to roll for it, or can I just do it?
You'd roll with advantage, so.
Okay.
Go for it.
Where is?
Let me test out something real quick, guys. I'm gonna like leave the call and then rejoin it and just see if that helps, because I think it might be on my end. Let me see. Hi everyone, it's just me now. They're not in the call anymore. Let me rejoin. I have rejoined. Hello.
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 Oh, okay. I want you to respond to my question. 2 plus 2 equals?
4.
Hey,
Five.
that's way better. That's actually so much better. So I think the delay is basically gone, Hannah. So you can do whatever you want.
Well, we're rolling for it.
Alrighty, sounds like a plan.
Did you? Oh well, I didn't realize it was a save.
Oh, I honestly,
Eden fails.
yeah,
Eden
I was gonna
fails
say.
automatically.
Yeah, well, that's why I was asking
Yeah,
if you
she-
wanted me to roll for it, because you technically.
Yeah. I thought you had to do an attack roll. I forgot it was a saving.
Yeah, no.
So she fails automatically.
Okay. All right. So then, yeah. So we'll say then that he just goes
Mhm.
right into using conductive flow,
Mhm.
to basically like paralyze and like break apart the Shinsu flow in Eden's body to kind of close off the channel that this seal is trying to establish.
Okay, and as soon as you do that, like when you do it, like your Shinsu arm, very much starts to feel weird, but it's enough to like knock Eden out to the point where she's like, it's shocking that little bit of a move like incapacitates her. Like she's out completely. And there is, she's leaking blood from all of her little places she bleeds from. So she's down on the ground,
Lovely.
incapacitated.
Ace
Eden!
still has her.
Percy's gonna like run forward, and immediately Dal Era is going to move her tools, half of them from Al, and they're gonna start hovering over Eden's body, and this glow is gonna start to appear, and she's gonna finally speak. I am not as good as father. However, I will do my best.
Ace gives her a look. As she's like still semi like hovered over in case there was any repercussion of Eden. And she'll study her and kind of like look at Gabriel.
I'm sorry. I did not anticipate that. He like looks at Eden, like eyes narrowed. Like he spent a fair amount of time with Eden actually during some time skips, and he did not anticipate that response. So he's very much like, okay.
Do you know something that we don't, Gabriel?
He smiles. I was going to get to it at some point, but I suppose now is as good a time as any. The woman sleeping before you is not just any woman. She is the owner of one of the 13 months, the luminous June, and her name is Alfid, a former princess of Jahad. Alfid Jahad. She is actually the #1 bishop of Aesir. We're gonna end the episode! Oh my god! Yay! Woo! Let's go! Yay! We did it! We did it, everybody! Let's go!
It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
We're chilling, dude. We're freaking chilling.
Rebecca's gonna have a field day trying to wake her up.
Yeah?
Just tell me I can manipulate.
In what way?
Just tell me I can manipulate dreams.
He's gonna be like, "Brah."
'Cause I got some plans that I could work on to flesh out.
You are
I'll wake
definitely
her up.
I don't know,
you are
bro.
definitely
Friday the
dream
13th,
invested.
that
Yeah.
didn't end well, bro.
You're definitely dream
we are
related.
so screwed.
What do you mean screwed?
Yeah.
How? Why? How? Who?
In the
What?
best
No, wait,
way.
we're not screwed. They're
Oh,
screwed,
a
bro.
lot of conflicting things are
They're
about to
screwed,
come
bro.
out for multiple characters. It's a good
Alright.
thing. Screwed
Alright.
by the narrative. essentially.
Screwed by the narrative.
Screwed by the narrative. I like
What does
that.
Luca think about this? Luca, do you have any thoughts? Do you have any thoughts on how the episode went? Is that so? Yeah, fair enough. Super fun episode. Thank you all very much for watching. If you enjoyed, stay tuned for our next one. We're going to be taking another break, so I apologize. We said this before, actually, that summertime was going to be a little bit wonky with schedules, especially June. But summer is always just a little bit busier, so we are in fact taking next week off. Actually, Amy and I will be in Puerto Rico, and then we'll be returning for the following Friday. So another break. We apologize, but hopefully you enjoyed the episode, and we will definitely be back in 2 weeks with even more time to plan and prep, which is going to be a lot of fun. Anybody with any thoughts? Any last minute remarks?
I wasn't ready for that dramatic of an ending. Dang, I was like, we're gonna get this cute little reveal, and we're gonna be like, we'll talk about it, we'll think about it. I'm
There was
sorry.
some stuff
Crash
in-
out.
Mull it over.
There was some stuff happening, and Eden
Hey,
with
bro.
the Nefta voice.
Crash out for the drama, bro. Crash out for the drama.
What's going
I'm there for it.
on? What's going on?
We're like, okay.
I
It's like a little
know.
bit like a little angry chihuahua. She's so weak and little. You're like, stop.
Her bark is worse than her bite right
Calling
now.
Eden a chihuahua.
Compared to Ace. Yes, she's like, stop, you little, stop fighting. What are you doing?
She is the shortest person on the
Oh,
team now.
damn.
So.
That's true. Shoot. Damn.
She doesn't normally bite like this.
Yeah.
She's fine. She doesn't mean it.
Eden
Got
is not a
little rabies
chihuahua.
From Galamont last night. It's fine.
Whoa! Yeah.
She's a chihuahua. She's a chihuahua bird apparently. What we've learned. This
Yeah,
episode.
we did confirm
chupacabra
that
bird.
she is a chihuahua bird. Chupacabra. Chupacabra is canon to Tower of God. It's the blood monster
Oh,
that is summoned by Rashut, Lopobia Rashut in season 3. It's a big blood ball. So, listen. Eden bleeds from her eyes.
Yeah.
well, that's what I'm saying.
Look at this.
Right
It's
now,
possible.
Her
Eden
dad
is
could
a
be the big
Rugaloo.
bird. We're not sure.
What was that?
Right now, Eden is a Rougarou. I'm currently going through something
Oh.
midnight, and she's
Okay.
exhibiting all the pain and grief that the guy exhibited
Ah.
before he turned into a Rougarou. So yeah,
Oh, shoot.
This is
I'm
her
gonna
bird
become a
transformation.
cryptid.
yeah, he turned into a giant monstrous owl.
Oh my god.
Oh, no.
Look, bro, before Ace stepped
I-
in and was like, "Yeah, we gotta stop her," I was like, "I might let her go out Aesir low key, but do some damage, get in there, get some licks in."
Couple
you know? And I was
jabs
like,
on the
I guess-
unconscious body.
I guess it's like morally correct to probably stop.
Ace has been working too hard to lose it on one bad crash shot right now. We're so close.
I'm just saying we let her get in and get
Uh-huh.
some hits, you know?
Couple
Take some
hits.
ICU members with us.
She would hate it if it was an unconscious body. Come on. Let her wake up first,
Um,
and then we let her out.
So Ethereal, Ethereal in the chat said, "Please don't say there's a break." Sorry, we already said there, but yeah, there's definitely a break.
Only a
apologize.
week.
It's only a week. It's only a week. We'll be back very soon. But that was a ton of fun. Thank you all so much. Join the Discord to continue the conversation, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. Adios. Au revoir. Bye. Bye-bye. Have a good night.
I'm a bird.
You gotta get
Damn.
my
I'm a
swamp.
bird.